Well, well, well. The Dallas Cowboys have made football absolutely boring. Simply because it's nothing, there's like no reason for me to watch football anymore. And when you listen to people talk, it's been strange to me. Because even people who like the Dallas Cowboys, listening to Michael Irvin, even Michael Irvin didn't have any urgency as it applied to the Dallas Cowboys. And something has happened that I didn't think would happen, but I think people are just turned off by all of the talking. Because as I listen to Brian Schottenheimer, it's the same thing every week. And Jerry Jones, it's the same thing every single week. They're saying the right things, but they're not doing the right things. Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. Yep. And we are live. It's time to talk Dallas Cowboys at a time, to where it's like nobody wants to talk Dallas Cowboys. But that's our team. We still got to show them love, but we also got to tell the truth. Let's go. Let's get it. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. As you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, what are you waiting on? We still got a lot of great content coming up this season. Now let's talk facts. See, talk is cheap. Bullcorn runs a marathon. Show me the money. Show me the money. Man, you can talk about anything you want to, but until you show me the money, it means absolutely nothing. And we've heard all the talk. And the problem is with the talk didn't add up to wins. It is incredible to me the more I think about it. It is incredible to me when you have an offense with these weapons and you only got 6 wins. And yes, the defense has been a problem. And so is Brian Schottenheimer's play calling. For any other team, I would be saying, yeah, man, 26, 28 points. No, this offense should be a record-breaking offense. Shotty is an average play caller, and that's the problem. He's an average play caller. Matt Eberflus system. We're going to talk about it some more today. Matt Eberflus system, I told y'all from the beginning, that system requires super stud all-pro players. 2 things can be true. Matt Eberflus system stinks. But we also have to admit that we don't have the players on defense. Bottom line, we don't have the players on defense. And Matt Eberflus, while he got exposed, he also exposed that very thing yesterday. And you're going to hear Brian Schottenheimer admit it in this interview. This is what we're going to talk about today. We're going to listen to the Shotty presser. Brian Schottenheimer said some things in this presser I really want you to pay attention to. I didn't listen to all of it, but there are a couple of things that I really want to dig into. He said some things that we all need to be paying attention to. I think we're going to fit in a player interview in between. I think we're going to try to get to Jadeveon Clowney. Then we're going to listen to Jerry Jones, 105.3. And then I want to go to Trayvon Diggs. And then we're going to listen to Stephen Jones from yesterday. So this is going to be the show for the day. Shotty presser, player interview. Jerry Jones, player interview number 2. And then Stephen Jones. Let's go. Yep. Let's go. Let's get this quick roll call in, and then we're going to get this show started. Let's go. Quick roll call. Yep, we still them boys. Don't y'all worry, we still them boys. The big Rumbowski, he said the right things, but didn't do the right things. He said, I believe I heard this again and again and again. 30th repeat. Yes, sir. Big Mouse Dog in this thing. What's going on, Big Mouse Dog? He says some so-called fans are upset because we didn't make the playoffs. It's Shotty's first season as head coach. Give the man a chance to get better. We gave Jimmy time. Big Mouse Dog. I'm coming back to this. Big Mouse Dog, I'm coming back to you, my dog. I'm gonna tell you why Cowboy fans are upset. And I wouldn't call myself upset as much as I'm disappointed. You just gave me a great topic. We're gonna start out with that today, Big Mouse Dog. Appreciate you, my dog. My man, Ron Hanna. What's up, Ron Hanna? He said, I hope the Cowboys get them a defense coordinator. Brian Flores is a name people talking about. But I like Vance Joseph. What do you think? Let me tell you something. Ron Hanna, the Cowboys will have options. They will have options. Jeremy Betts in the crib. The Queen. What's going on to you, Queen? Salute. Lock and D. Lock and D, you're right. Jerry's time is running out. This is why I say Jerry will not have the patience with Brian Schottenheimer that he had with other coaches in the past. Because Brian Schottenheimer could very well be the last coach that Jerry Jones see. Jerry wants results. John Henry, Richard Owens in the crib, John Jones. I just explained it. He said, what up, G Money? It's a new Jack City, John Jones. Man, let me tell you, my man Dominique Pittman, what's going on? Yes, sir. Katharina Kiss. What's going on to you, Katharina? Good to see you. Mr. 72 Chevelle, what's going on? It is the one and only Chris Dunaway. What's going on, Chris Dunaway? He said the season is over. Let's see who still wants their job. We're going to talk about that too. It is the true Texan in this thing. World champion, what's going on? Kendall Pinerio, what is going on with you? Bohan Yankovic, what's going on? Good to see you. Lord Nova 85 in this thing. Christian Legal, what up? Blue Star, what is up, Blue Star? Good to see you. Yeah, we got to look forward to next season, man. That's all we can look forward to. Brian Worley, what up? Good to see you. Lock and D, what up with you? Ice Cold Cowboy, he said, all I want for Christmas is a Flow jersey. What's up? Shogunaba, what's going on? What's up, Babatunde? What's going on with you? Good to see you. Dolores Innocent here. What's going on, Dolores? What is going on? Brandy says, hey, my loves as usual. What's going on, Brandy? Chicago Vic, what's going on? He said, we got mediocre coaching where it comes down to, look, Chicago Ben Johnson made the playoff team. He's coach of the year. Bar none. Bar none. Let me save your comment, Chicago Vic, because I'm going to put this comment to go along with Big Mouse Dog, and I think it'll make a lot of sense when we start explaining this. What's going on, Charles? What's going on with you? Good to see you up in here today. Ty Howard, Ronan the Voice is in this thing. Let's go. All right. Let's go. Lunny Cabal, what's going on, man? I appreciate all of y'all in here. Ice Cold Cowboy 7. Again, Cowboys fans, what's going on? It is BK the Cowboy fan. What's going on? Sky B Faded. What's going on with you? Good to see you. Derek Williams, what's up with you? Good to see you. Gwen Bowden, what's going on? She said, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, same to you and y'all. What's going on? My brother RT Holman. Man, I got to give you a call, man. Got to catch up. I know you got a lot going on. What is going on with you? All right, let's go. Alfonso. What's going on, Alfonso? Trent Smith. My man. What up, Trent Smith? Let's get this thing going. All right, I see another Ben Johnson comment. Yeah, Jeremy Betts. I'm going to come back to this, too. This is a good discussion we're going to have today. Yeah, Elwood, hold on. What's going on? Good to see you. Good to see you up in here. All right, let's get this thing started. Man, let me tell you something. It's funny to me. Pittsburgh fans so quick to talk about George Pickens. Man, this dude, DK Metcalf, is... Man, I don't want to call the man a dummy. But DK Metcalf What this dude has done is dumb. Do y'all know that DK Metcalf has basically given up $40 million from what my understanding is? Jaden Justin, my man, what up, Jaden? This dude, DK Metcalf, the Pittsburgh Steelers worried about George Pickens. DK Metcalf, I think, is suspended for 2 games. He's given up $40 million. There was a clause in his contract that if he got suspended, whether it be team or by the league, he forfeited $40 million. Good Lord. Come on, man. How can you be so crazy? Paul Whitted. Troy Aikman said some truth about Dak Prescott. Okay, Paul Whitted. I'd love to get me that article. Get me the link to that. I would definitely like to see what you're talking about. You can send it to my email address here. Let me put that in the chat. Yeah, I want to see what you're talking about there. Troy Aikman spoke some truth about Dak Prescott. Yeah, I want to see it. Yeah. This dude is dumb. Rich Lord, the neighborhood statistician. My man. What's going on? Rich Lord said after watching the film, the Chargers had a great game plan. Yeah, I've seen some things too, Rich Lord. Yeah, they had what they called, one of the things they ran, Rich Lord, was the cover 2 killer. And they killed the Cowboys with the cover 2 killer, Rich Lord. That play where we are attributing to Trayvon Diggs getting burned by McConkey, what it was a great play scheme. But Rich Lord, let me tell you something that's crazy. In actuality, the Chargers looked back at some previous Cowboy tape because the first team that actually did the Cowboys up the way that the Chargers did is the New York Football Giants. They looked back at the New York Giants tape, and the New York Giants were doing some of the same things we saw the Chargers do, and it's basically cover 2 killer. One of the things the Chargers did so well, they would run that tight end in motion, get him lined up on that right side. They would run that tight end out and then get right by the linebacker, in between the linebacker and the safety. The tight end breaks that route off. The wide receiver is running straight down the field. Trayvon Diggs is standing there. He's got that short to intermediate zone coverage. And so this really puts them in a headlock, because if the safety bites down on the tight end, who then does that quick breaking route, that leaves Trayvon Diggs one-on-one, which is exactly what they did. That gets Trayvon Diggs one-on-one on McConkey. And if Trayvon Diggs, if he even hesitates for a moment to try to kind of look at his zone, if he hesitates for a moment, McConkey got him. Guess what happened? McConkey got him because he hesitated just for it. It was over. It was over. They ran cover. Man, I'm telling you, they killed him. And the one thing they talked about, Rich Lord, you think about it. Man, for whatever reason, motion kills the Cowboys, man. Motion kills the Cowboys. Once you put them in motion, people forget it's like they forget their assignments. Yeah, and Rich says even in man coverage, Revel could not cut on that knee. Tight ends were cooking him. And you know what, Rich? This is what happens when you got knee issues. This is why Diggs is not the same. Diggs isn't the same either, because Diggs don't have the knees. Diggs don't have the turn and run. Revel don't have the turn and the run back yet. And even if he does have it, he don't trust it. I don't know if Diggs has it and don't trust it, but Diggs never was a burner. But Diggs, I still say I'm not buying it. And I don't know, maybe I'm giving Diggs the benefit of the doubt. Diggs ain't right yet. You don't come off of back-to-back knees like that and be right. And I don't think Diggs is right yet. But the issue is, I'm going to stay in this same part of I'm going to stay with this too. I don't want Diggs back with the Cowboys. I want the Cowboys to end this drama with Diggs. It has to be ended. End this drama with Diggs. And it's going to be ended anyway. I said it at the beginning of the season before anybody was talking about it. Diggs' contract was designed for the Cowboys to get from under it. It is the best designed contract the Cowboys have probably done in years. They gave Diggs all his money up front in the first 3 years of the contract, nothing on the back end of the contract, so that if he didn't hold up, then he's done. And that's exactly what the Cowboys did. Diggs is done. Two things can be true. Diggs is too much drama. I'm done with the Diggs drama. It'll be the same thing if another coach come in here. Because I'm telling us, if another coach come in here, what makes us think that coach is going to run all man because Diggs says that this team needs to run more men or all men? Man, nobody ain't going to do that. Nobody's doing that. Bro, if you can only play man, I can tell you this. I don't want a cornerback on my team that can only play man. I don't have a problem with you being better at man, but I have a problem with the fact that you can only play man. No, you can't be on my team. Done with the Diggs drama. Even after the story Diggs told about the TV. Man, does anybody believe in this story? We're going to listen to it today. Matter of fact, we'll listen to it. Man, let's get into this thing, man. Well, man, let's get into this thing, boy. It is just too much, man, with the Cowboys. Let's get into this thing with the shoddy presser. But, man. Hey, Rich Lloyd, I said it yesterday. People don't understand. And when y'all listen to Jerry Jones, if you haven't heard Jerry Jones, I'm not saying that Jerry Jones is backtracking, but you may see a little bit of a moonwalk by Jerry Jones as it applies to Matt Eberflus. This thing is going to be very interesting because Jerry Jones has also admitted another truth. Last week, he admitted the truth about about Matt Eberflus. This week, he's going to admit another truth about the defense. So we're going to see. Yeah, BK Cowboy fan, let me tell you something. I don't even know if we're going to finish 8-1. I'll be honest with you. I don't even know if we're going to finish 8-1. Let me tell you something. If Marcus Mariota plays for the Washington Commanders this coming Thursday, y'all better get ready. It's going to be a problem. Now, if that kid who threw the game, and I mean he literally threw the game, if that kid who threw the game on last Sunday for the Commanders come out, well, we're going to win in the first half, and you'll be seeing Joe Milton the entire second half because that dude, man, he shouldn't even be playing quarterback in this league. But, that's one of our issues. So let's turn over here to this Brian Schottenheimer press conference. Let's check him out. Brian Schottenheimer, I said this early in the season. And we're going to come back, Big Boss Dog. We're going to come back to the thing about the playoffs. Matter of fact, we'll fit that in between or either in the shoddy presser conversation. But I said this early in the season. Brian Schottenheimer is in danger. He always has the right answers. He always says the right things. But we have rarely seen anything he said materialize. And Big Boss Dog, this is going to be a part of the conversation about people being mad about the Cowboys not making the playoffs. Because I don't really think people are as mad as the Cowboys not making the playoffs. I think people are more upset. And I would say I'm more disappointed because I always said 2026 was going to be the season anyway. But where I am disappointed is some of the reason why we are only 6 wins. It's not just the defense. It's not just injuries. It's the fact of being outcoached with so much talent. And with this culture, and I believe Brian has built somewhat of a good culture as it applies to the brotherhood and the camaraderie. But the things that he's saying, it's not translating on the field. And I think he's a part of that because his play calling is just average. I'm just telling you, it is so heavily dependent upon the performance of players that once teams figure out that scheme and they just say, well, we'll just stop you from being able to throw it to a certain player, Brian can't scheme his way out of a paper bag. Brian can't adjust his way out. Man, Brian cannot adjust. He doesn't make good adjustments. And while he says all these good things and, this and that but one of the people he really has to look at is himself. Because he gets out-coached week after week after week after week. Just out-coached. Bottom line. And that's been one of the biggest disappointments for me. I really thought Brian Schottenheimer was going to be a way better play caller. Way better play caller. Man, he's not even a good play caller. Man, this dude is average. And he don't get the Ben Johnson treatment. Man, this dude been a coordinator. This dude been in the league 25 years. This dude has been a coach he's been a coach almost as long as Ben Johnson's been alive. You don't get the Ben Johnson treatment. You don't get the Ben Johnson excuses. Man, you don't get those excuses, man. You've been around this league too long. You don't get these excuses. I really thought the biggest disappointment for me, bar none, has been Brian Schottenheimer's play calling. It is just average, man. Average don't get it in this league. Average don't get it in this league, man. It don't get it. These defense coordinators today, they are too smart and they are too creative. Average play callers don't make it in this league, man. You need dynamic play callers. Only dynamic play callers make it in this league. And I'm talking about get to the championships. They are the only ones who do it. Look in these playoffs these last few years. Look at some of these play callers. And if it's not the play callers, I guarantee you Tom Brady's name is attached to it. If you show me a team that's winning Super Bowls without great play calling, I'm going to tell you Tom Brady's name is attached to it. Because even Patrick Mahomes, great play calling has been attached to it. Not just great players, great play calling has been attached to it. I'm telling us. This has been the biggest disappointment for me. Brian Schottenheimer's play calling has been average and below average, depending upon who we're playing. I'm telling us, I could go on and on about Brian Schottenheimer's play calling, man. Just the biggest of the biggest letdowns for me. Because that is the one place, and I know we love, it's Matt Eberflus' fault. Okay, that's low-hanging fruit for me. I mean, I said that before the season started, and everybody was like, oh, no. Yeah, now all of a sudden everybody's saying it. Nah, this thing with Brian Schottenheimer, man, this thing with Brian Schottenheimer, had this energy towards the middle part of the season because I noticed that, man, this dude's play calling. This dude's getting out coached. I mean, you could go back and look at thumbnails where I kept saying out coached, even when people were screaming the defense. Matt Eberflus went without saying. But Brian Schottenheimer, that's a disappointment for me. Let's check out Schottenheimer.
Again, what could you say about Brian? You got him, but again, what could you say about Brandon? And Tim, just the weapon he is for us and what he can create for us, the field position and the kicking game, and then obviously the ability to generate points. Dak, incredible year. He's playing great. Just, his accomplishments are not surprising. Tyler Smith, again, you speak to Tyler Smith, you just talk about going from left guard to left tackle. Certainly what he's done, this really entire year is just.
All right, let me make sure this is the entire interview. I want to make sure we get the entire interview in because now that the season is over and we kind of watched this game yesterday, Brian Schottenheimer's interviews are now more interesting to me for this reason. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, okay, that's the short form. Now, I want to hear this part.
So that's in.
Yeah, they got a short form, looks like, on here. I want this one right here. I want the long form video. See, now that we've seen a big part of the season with Brian Schottenheimer, what we're watching now is, okay, now these interviews, they're sounding different. They're the same, but they're sounding different from this perspective. The result has not matched hardly anything you've said the entire season. And that's why now these interviews, when you're listening to them now, the weight of these interviews now, I'm like, wait a minute, now I'm listening because, bro, nothing has turned out the way that, I mean, he was talking Super Bowls and championship opportunities. And again, Big Mouse Dog, this is another reason why. Big Mouse Dog, you do realize Brian brought up this Super Bowl conversation. We got to realize, man, Brian Schottenheimer is the one who kept saying just another championship opportunity, which he stopped saying now. He says opportunity today, but he doesn't say championship. Why not? Brian Schottenheimer heaped some of these expectations on himself. Let's not get it twisted. These expectations didn't come from La La Land and some of us saying, oh, well, hey, it's Brian Schottenheimer. We just think he should go to the Super Bowl. Nah, he the one start saying this stuff. He the one start letting on to this with this Super Bowl conversation, insinuating this playoff conversation, and none of it's materialized. And that's why now that we're out of the playoffs, now these interviews, I'm like really listening because I'm like, wait a minute, hold on a second. Saying the right things not being done. That is the summary for the season of this whole team. Every player, I've heard players say the right things on the field, didn't happen. Jerry said the right things, did some of the right things on the field, didn't translate. Brian Schottenheimer said some of the great things and on the field didn't translate. That's the issue. That's the issue. That's why for me, I'm more disappointed than I am upset. Appreciate you, Paul Witt. I can't wait to watch that. I'll make sure I get right on it. All right, let's check out Brian Schottenheimer from the get-go. Let's check him out.
Hey, listen, I did see you guys moving. Hey, you guys look pretty damn slow coming from the locker room. I will say that. I got a lot of shit to do tonight. I got third down to do. We need to make this thing go a little bit.
Clarence. Clarence Hill, DLS Cowboys. Is Todd coming in?
Yeah.
Here you come. Come. Okay.
Oh. Yeah, come on.
Come on. Todd's
I
late.
thought it was Roger Staubach again. I'm a little disappointed it was just you, Todd. You're good.
Does anything change toward your approach for the final two games following yesterday's game?
No. I talked to the guys today. Right now, our focus is on playing the Commanders and get a chance to do it on a short week, which is something that we're pretty good at because we've done it quite a bit with our Thursday games. But no, at the end of the day, man, we're playing to win, and that's just at the end of the day, that's not just my philosophy. That's what these guys want to do. Like they want to play. If you listen to our guys, they want to play. They want to play well. They love one another. They care about one another. Clarence, I think that's for me that's really cool.
You moved Eberflus from the field to the box. How do you think the defense played? How did that work for you guys? Clearly, you didn't get to the quarterback. You blitzed more than you have most of the season, and you still did not get a quarterback who did sack more than anybody on the ground.
Yeah, I think operationally it was good.
Now, listen to what he's about to say. I told y'all Sunday on the post game, did I not tell y'all? Matt Eberflus did pretty much everything we wanted him to do. Matt Eberflus did pretty much everything we wanted him to do. The reason why a lot of us don't think that he did it, and now you're hearing them say he did it, but I told y'all he did it on Sunday. The reason why we don't think that he did it is because of the execution. That's why we don't think that he did it. But he did it. Matt Eberflus did everything we've been asking for. He ran man 45.5% of the time. He ran zone 54.5% of the time. He blitzed somewhere around, if I'm not mistaken, it was close to 50%, somewhere in there, may have been more. He was blitzing. He was doing and by the way, he put, for the people who had been clamoring for Trayvon Diggs, he put Diggs out there. Diggs, they went at him 4 times, I believe. The official report, from what I've seen, they went at him 4 times. They completed 4 times for about 40-something yards. Pro Football Focus isn't attributing the McConkey touchdown on him. They're blaming it on the safety. But understand this: if you go back and watch that play, I say it's a combination of the safety and Trayvon Diggs. I'm thinking that's Malik Hooker on that side, because if you go back and look at that play again, it was actually great play design. The only thing they did is what I saw the New York Giants do earlier in the season. They got I'm thinking it was the tight end. It's either a tight end or receiver, but what they did is that they looked like they were going to run 2 verticals, but then they break that route off in between the linebacker and the safety, and then the safety has to make a decision because to his left, the other receiver is running straight up the field, so it freezes him. So if the tight end, like they do, they break that route off, or the receiver breaks that route off, that kind of freezes that safety, and then they automatically throw it to that receiver because that cornerback is trailing. I mean, it's a cover 2. It's a cover 2 killer. It's absolutely a cover 2 killer. And even, man, it's a cover 2 killer. It really is. It was just great play design. I don't know if it's great play design, but it's definitely great play design in my eyes, because when you look at it, I mean, it's basically they looked at the New York Giants film again. And they figured out, man, you can beat the Cowboys. You can beat them on verticals and seam routes. You can beat them on verticals, and the way you can really beat them in the seam and the vertical, having the 2 receivers on the same side, let the inside receiver fake that vertical, break it in breaking route, safety bites down, you're leaving that cornerback out there. And if that safety don't bite down, if he stays on that receiver, there's nobody left on the tight end. It's still a chunk play. Why? Because the linebackers don't play far enough back. They can't play zone. I mean, can't play man either. Can't play zone, no matter how you slice it. Great play design in some respects, but in the grand scheme of things, Matt Eberflus gave everybody everything they wanted. And I said this on Sunday. Had Matt Eberflus done this the whole season, people actually wouldn't be talking about Matt Eberflus like they're talking about Matt Eberflus. They would be putting some of the ownership of where this also needs to be. They would be putting this ownership back on the players, because at the end of the day, the thing that I'm going to give Matt Eberflus the benefit of the doubt on versus Brian Schottenheimer, if you look at the weapons that Matt Eberflus has on his side of the field versus the weapons that Brian Schottenheimer had, man, that's no competition. Don't forget, we just got Quentin Williams at the trade deadline. Demarion Overshawn been injured. Savon Revel Jr. been injured, but he's getting his welcome to the NFL moment. Man, they're cooking him. I mean, they're cooking him on the Blackstone griddle. I mean, when you just think about everything Matt Eberflus has had to deal with, what success were we really going to get in reality? Where we start pushing back, though, is, but Matt Eberflus should have been desperately trying to do everything he could do with what he had to try and win. And that's where Matt Eberflus started getting drilled on, because Matt Eberflus just said, man, y'all don't understand something. And I said this even early in the season. I said, maybe Matt Eberflus is telling us something that we don't want to admit. But Matt Eberflus was saying, bro, we ain't got the players, so I'm just going to run zone 96% of the time. These dudes, man, were running zone. Jerry Jones is going to say something else. And even Nate Newton mentioned this. And these are the things, and these are not just benefits of the doubt, they are factual. We also need to be looking at Brian Schottenheimer on this. The Cowboys not running their offense and defense in training camp, not running their offense and defense in preseason, and then on the first game of the season, Kyer Elam goes from the best defensive back in the Cowboys on the Cowboys defense to the worst defensive back in the Cowboys defense. Nate Newton, I think, explained something. You can't start running your defense game one. You can't. You can't. And that sounded like a Brian Schottenheimer decision to me too. Brian was the one who was saying, we're going to be very vanilla until the season starts. Well, that works for you, Brian, because you've already been here since March 22. Matt Eberflus, he hasn't been here since March 22. He just got on the team. And you're telling him to hold back his defensive scheme and don't start running it until game one. And then Kyrie Elam falls off a cliff. Trayvon Diggs after game two starts getting swelling in the knee that he had previously rehabbed. Not to mention you trade Micah Parsons, even though I just mentioned it. You start looking at the fact that Kenneth Murray wasn't what they thought he was going to be. Even had issues with DeRon Bland being injured during the season. I'm just telling this, man. I'm not telling you that Matt Eberflus doesn't need to go, but what I'm telling you is this is the issue with Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus should have been doing this from the beginning, and I don't think people would be taking the hit. Would be saying some of the things about Matt that they're saying now. Matt's very stubborn. That's one of Matt Eberflus' problems. That's why, for me, I say he's got to go because he doesn't adjust. He doesn't adapt very well. But on the other hand, Matt Eberflus could be pushing back saying, well, had y'all not told me to hold back my defensive scheme until the first game of the season? Had I been running it all training camp, maybe we would have looked better first game of the season. I mean, there are some discussions to be had here. And I'm telling you, when you start listening to Jerry Jones, I think they're having that discussion. Mills0040, what up with you? I think they're having those discussions. But again, as they go into this thing with Brian, you're going to hear Brian. Brian is going to start saying some of these same things about where some of this is supposed to be.
I thought, the operation of it was good. We certainly didn't play well enough, really, in any of the three phases to get the win. The pressure on the quarterback, it seems like we talk about this every week, and it's so important, like you have to be able to get the pressure on the quarterback. And I think when you look at it, there's a lot of factors. I thought we won some one-on-ones, and he got out, Herbert's an athletic guy, and he's big and he's long, and we lost some rush lane discipline. We blitzed some more. They picked it up. But it's certainly not to the level that we want or expect. And that's one of the reasons why when you look at where we are with creating turnovers, it starts with that. We have to hit the quarterback to make him make errant throws or to get strip sacks. And so, we all have to own that. I start with that as the head coach, and I know Flus and White Cotton feel the same way, that we have to be better.
You got the personnel to get it done, or is it a scheme thing?
Wait. So let's stop here because Clarence Hill's asking some good questions this week. Because, see, what Brian just explained is that Flus did do a lot of things right. That's what Brian is explaining. No, he did what we wanted him to do. That's what he's explaining. Problem is, we didn't get there. Bottom line, we blitzed. They picked it up. We blitzed. Herbert got away. We blitzed. We didn't get there. We ran some man. It didn't do no good. This is what he's explaining. This is what he's explaining. I don't know. I don't really know. What do you do in that situation? This is why I say Matt should have been doing this all season. Matt should have been doing this all season. Hey, BK, let me tell you something. I'll give you this when it pertains to Matt Eberflus. I won't give you this when it pertains to Brian Schottenheimer. No, they got Brian Schottenheimer everything he wanted. They gave Brian Schottenheimer everything he wanted, with the exception of maybe some good left tackles. A good left tackle and a good right tackle. But BK Cowboy fan, no, they gave this dude everything he wanted. They gave him George Pickens. They gave him Javonte Williams. When you add those two pieces alone, what else is it? You already had one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. You already had a top 3 wide receiver in CeeDee Lamb. You already had Jake. I'm not going to call Jake Ferguson no top 10 tight end or nothing. But you got Jake Ferguson. You got Span Ford. You got Cavonte Turpin. You got Ryan Flanoy. Man, when you think about what this dude had on the other side of the field, what? There are teams doing more with less. Offensively, there are teams doing way more with less. The Cowboys, there is a reason why they are the number one scoring offense in the league. Now, Jerry did him right on the weapons. No, Jerry did this man right on the weapons. Where Jerry has failed Brian is Guyton and Terrence Steele. Those are the failures on this offense. But when you think about Cooper Beebe, Ty Smith, Ty Booker, man, this dude is two players away offensively. Brian Schottenheimer is literally 2 players away. 2 players away. Now, I don't know if you watched the game. They were moving up and down the field against the Chargers in the first half. They did nothing in the second half because the Chargers adjusted. The Chargers got smart and said, hold on a second. We're not going to be able to hold George Pickens the way that we're holding George Pickens. Let's adjust that coverage. When they adjusted that coverage, they killed the Cowboys. They killed them. Cowboys did absolutely nothing in the second half. But again, Cowboys, hey, BK, now, if anybody could make the complaint about the groceries, it's Matt Eberflus. Brian can't complain about the groceries. Do y'all realize there are other teams in this league that don't have 11 all-pro players, 11 Pro Bowl players on their offense either? Do y'all know there are other teams out there that have tackle issues, guard issues? I mean, they've been going through issues all year. They figure out ways to win. Look at the San Francisco 49ers. They are injury-riddle. Offensively and defensively. Lost Brandon Ayuk. Man, that San Francisco 49er. You can go player by player on that doggone offense. There's not a player on that offense barely that I would take over anybody on the Dallas Cowboys squad. Quarterback, Dak. Wide receivers, CD Lamb. I'm taking Lamb, Pickens, and Flanoy all day long. Tight end, I'll take Kittle. Running back, I'll take McCaffrey. But when you think about what you're talking about, the main components, man, Brian is blessed. Brian is blessed. Bottom line, he's blessed. Who don't have the weapons is Matt Eberflus. Do y'all realize what we sent that man out there with? I'm not telling you we shouldn't get rid of Matt Eberflus. I'm telling you, do we realize what we sent him out there with? Somebody tell me on Matt Eberflus' side of the ball, what player is an elite player? Because I can name at least 3 elite players on the Cowboys just in the weapons. Dak, CD, George. If you gave me the offensive line, I'm going to go out on the limb. Elite, Cooper Beebe. Elite, Ty Smith. Elite, Ty Booker. This dude has at least 6 elite players that you could argue that they are elite players. Name me the elite players on Matt Eberflus' side of the ball. So we're going to argue the groceries, BK. All I'm saying is, I'll agree with you defensively. I won't agree with you offensively. Even when you got bad tackles, where they have failed is that you have to run, man, you got to figure, hey, guys, we got bad tackles, so we got to get them some help out here. You got to stop paying, you got to stop playing the money and start playing who gives you the best chance to win. Hey, Brevin Spanford, bro, your plate about to be full this year. Our tackles are bad, so you need to get ready because we're going to be running a lot of 11 and 12 personnel, and you're going to be lined up either on the side, depending upon who we're playing this week, or where do they line up their best pass rusher. Bro, We're either going to line you up on the left or right or the backfield. You are going to get heavy use because we have to be able to protect Dak Prescott. And so when you think about that in the grand scheme of things, Mock, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, you're saying that they had one of the top offenses. We had one of the top offenses too. But our defense, I'm just telling us, we just got to be honest, man. We just don't have the players on defense. We don't have the players. And we're not admitting it. And I think that's the part that has to be admitted when you start doing the entire observation. Man, this dude, Matt Eberflus, man, boy, we just got to, we just going to have to start acknowledging, man, what they gave this dude on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, they went out and got him a bunch of former first rounders on the defense, and a lot of them didn't turn out. And then some of it, we don't know if they didn't turn out because of the scheme. And then you think about, we start trying to run the scheme in the first game of the season. Nate Newton said it. So this is a combination of some things. And it's shame. Shame on Jerry tried, Jerry failed, because Matt Eberflus is very stubborn. And that's the issue why I say he has to go. He's very stubborn. He only makes the adjustments when you put him in these your job on the line situations. No, man, he should have from the beginning said, man, I'm just going to do the best I can do. That's what we gave Zimmer credit for. We gave Mike Zimmer credit for just doing the best he could do. That's what we gave him credit for. Zimmer didn't have a lot of the players either. But Zimmer said, I'm not going out like Willie Lump Lump. Zimmer said, well, I'm just going to do whatever I can do. I'm going to try exotic blitzes. I'm going to try different personnel groupings. Man, I'm going to do everything I can do. I'm going to do everything I can do. And again, Mock, I'm going to challenge you and anybody else with the truth. When you compare what Brian Schottenheimer had to work with, this dude is literally 2 players away from having an elite offense. Tell me how many players Matt Eberflus is away. Tell me how many players is he away. We got 1 elite player. Maybe 2. Let me change that. 2. We got 2 elite players. Quinnen Williams is an elite player. Demarion Overshown is on his way to being an elite player, but he hasn't been healthy. He won't be playing again this week. This time it's a concussion. I can deal with that. But he hasn't been healthy in 2 seasons. Praying he's going to be healthy for the remainder. But in the grand scheme of things, we're not being honest with ourselves if we talk about this defense like we got superstar players over there and Matt Eberflus' scheme sucks. 2 things can be true. Matt Eberflus' scheme sucks, but our players are not good on defense. Tell me, who are they? Our defensive line, I believe our defensive line is great. Osa, Kenny, Quinnen, Easy, but Easy hasn't been the pass rusher we thought he was going to be. Easy has been better in the run stopping than he's been in the pass rush. Jadeveon Clowney has been a real surprise. Jadeveon has been really good. Dante Fowler, failure. James Houston's been great in the pass rush. They won't play him enough. Sam Williams, failure most of the season. Once you get past our defensive line, somebody tell me, past our defensive line, who's good? Overshown, man, he just came back. He just came back. Sanborn didn't work out. Murray didn't work out. Leofow, I don't know what's going on. Secondary, Diggs ain't been healthy. Bland has not been healthy. Savon Revel Jr. has not been healthy. Kalen Carson came back. He wasn't healthy. Josh Butler, not healthy. The safeties, they're box safeties. They're not the kind of safeties that you can trust in pass coverage. Come on, man. We got to admit the truth. Matt Eberflus is low-hanging fruit. This dude don't have the caliber of players. He don't have the caliber of players. Okay, I'm going to challenge you, Mark. I'm going to challenge you. I'm challenging you. Why was the defense horrific? Why, Mark? Tell me. Does Matt Eberflus have 6 elite players on his side of the ball, Mock? Tell me and be truthful. This dude don't have the players. He just got an elite player. 2 things can be true. Flus can be bad, but also look what he's been using. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. And I am going to mention the offense because they've underachieved. I'm going to mention the offense. They've underachieved. When you got the weapons the Cowboys have, it is underachievement. It is underachievement. Even Michael Irvin, who I know knows football better than me and you. Even Michael Irvin is making the same argument. And I know, and he ought to know. He played on the 90s Cowboys, 3-time Super Bowl winner. And even Michael Irvin is saying, when you look at the weapons that they had on offense, Irvin is saying they are well more than capable of scoring 35 points a game. Irvin said it. And I've been saying it before Irvin said it. Irvin is right. Irvin is 100% right. Brian Schottenheimer gets no passes from me either. Brian gets no passes from me. Absolutely none. Bro, you've been in this thing 25 years. Mock, I don't know how old you are, but when you are 25 years in the game as an OC, you don't get you're a rookie OC and a rookie head coach. I don't get it. You're not getting it, bro. Not here. You're not getting that here. I'm not giving Brian Schottenheimer rookie coach status. I'm not giving it to him. The dude been in the game 25 years. If there's one thing that I did not expect to be mediocre or average is his play calling. If we were talking personnel issues, I could say, hey, man, he's a first-year coach. He got to learn how to deal with players. No, it's his play calling. The dude got blanked in the second half against the Chargers. With Pickens, Lamb, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it, bro. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. That dude got players. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. This team should be running up scores. They don't score on good teams. Brian doesn't score. I'm not even talking about great defenses. Brian doesn't score even on good defenses a lot. Come on, man. Nobody can argue with me on this. Nobody can argue with me on this. This dude came out against the Arizona Cardinals and didn't score a touchdown until the fourth quarter. Not buying it. 2 things can be true. I've already said Matt Eberflus needs to go, but not for the reason everyone else thinks. I say he needs to go not because of his system is just terrible. And I don't even think the system is necessarily terrible. But what I do say about Matt Eberflus is that he's stubborn. And when he realizes he don't have the players, he'll try to expose the players rather than trying to just say, man, I got to do the best with what I have. The dude was coaching like he got job security. Matt Eberflus is literally coaching like he has job security. Like, hey, man, it don't matter what I call, I'm not going to get fired. No, that's what he needs to be fired for. And that's why, for me, I don't care. I've already said it. I'm keeping the same energy. I don't care what Matt Eberflus does these last 3 games. He called a great game this last game. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, he called a great game. He don't have great players. He should have been doing this all season. He should have been trying to put his players in situations and positions to win all season, and he didn't do it. And that's the reason why, for me, he has to go. Flus has to go for that reason. But I'm still going to tell you, I'm not going to sit up here and tell no lies. If somebody want to be in La La Land, you can. I'm not going to sit up here and lie. We are lying to ourselves if you're telling me that Matt Eberflus had the players. We're lying to ourselves. Do I believe someone else would have did better with this defense? Yeah, but how much better? Y'all do know that even Zimmer Do y'all think Mike Zimmer was in the mid-packs? What? Get out of here. This dude was what, 28, 29? But what I give Zimmer credit for is that Zimmer was doing the best he could do with what he had. That's what I give Zimmer credit for. And that's why, man, I wish that they could have got Zimmer back. Because I think Zimmer, man, I don't even know. I can't even say Zimmer could have done. Man, who could have really done well with this defense? Did we not hear what I explained? Quentin didn't get here to half of the season. This dude didn't get here to half of the season. Mark, I can agree with you. The defense is historically bad, but it's also got historically bad players. Historically bad players. This dude don't have the players. I'm just telling you. We can lie to ourselves if we want to. We're lying to ourselves. This dude don't have the players. And even Brian Schottenheimer, catch what he's doing. Watch this answer that he's giving. Brian is admitting it too. Flus don't have the players.
No, we have the personnel to get it done, and we have the scheme. We just haven't done it. And again,
so wait a minute. Which one is it? You have the players, you have the scheme, you're not getting it done. That, my friends, is a lie. They don't have the players defensively. Brian has the players offensively. They don't have the players defensively. They do not. I am telling you, there is nobody that's going to take these players the Cowboys have on defense. They're not going to take these players and do anything with them. They're not. They're not taking these players, man. These players on defense are not good. Bottom line, we got to admit it. Our defensive line is good. It's great. Beyond our defensive line, we're not good. We're not good. Name me the cornerback on this team. Name me the cornerback that's good. Name them. We're not good. We're not good. We got players all coming off injuries on defense. They're coming off injuries. All of them coming off injuries. Name me the player on this defense to do. Name me the player past the defensive line. Name me the player that isn't coming off injury. I'll wait on you because you're going to be naming them. Yeah, you're going to be naming them. This is why I say we're not being honest. We're not being honest. We're not being honest that we got an offense that should have scored more points per game, and then we got a defense that we don't have the players. Two things can be true. I don't like Flus' system. I was talking about this before anybody was, as far as I know. I had been talking about this dude's system before the season even started. But also, we got to admit, man, we missed on players on defense. We missed. At least I think we missed. We missed on players. But then we had a lot of players coming off injury. The players that we're calling star players, they've all been injured. Diggs, injured. Bland, injured. Overshown, injured. Savon Revel Jr., injured. Name me the other star players on the defense. We don't have any. The defense is the place that I'm afraid of coming up this offseason. Because the Cowboys, they not only have to get a defensive coordinator, they got to get players, guys. Cowboys have to get players. Man, the Cowboys offense for me is such an easy fix. Man, you're moving Ty Smith over to the left tackle. Leave him there. This is an easy fix. Leave Ty Smith at left tackle. Put Brock Hoffman at left guard. And if you want to, go in the draft and get the best guard available. Get the best left guard available if you want to. But that's an easy fix. It's harder to find left tackles. Ty Smith can be an all-pro left tackle. Leave him at left tackle. Put Tyler Guyton at right tackle. Put Guyton at right tackle. Go in the draft and draft the best right tackle in college. You'll find that quicker than you'll find the left tackle. Easy fix. Cowboys offense, their tackle issues are so easy to solve. A child could solve them. And I'm going to tell you something I heard yesterday, and I think the Cowboys know this too. You know what I find to be strange? I find it to be strange that the Dallas Cowboys negotiated into Ty Smith's contract that he also may be moved to left tackle. They've worked into the contract. The money is worked into the contract for him to become the left tackle. Why do you think they would do that? Why do you think they would do this? It's an easy fix. But as far as the defense goes, do y'all realize they not only have to get a defense coordinator, they need linebacker or linebackers. They need cornerbacks. They need safeties. Man, I just don't think we understand how tough that is. I can remember Matt Eberflus's first video, and I'm going to go back and pull it up. I clearly would remember what he said when they asked him, they said, hey, you're going to be able to stop the run and this and that. Matt Eberflus said then, and now I realize we should have been listening. Matt Eberflus said you need players. Love it, like it, or hate it. That's what he said. Matt Eberflus himself said you need players. He told Clarence Hill that to his face.
That starts with us as coaches.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN, back on whether guys play the last two games. How much do you weigh the downside of playing the guys, and if something were to happen like you've seen with Mahomes and stuff like that the last
Yeah, again, I mean, because you guys keep asking me about it, I think about it more than I probably want to. I'd be lying about that. But, you know, again, at the end.
Big Rumbowski makes a great comment. Rumbowski says, look, and there is a reason why they are former first rounders. Yeah, because this is what they did to Matt Eberflus. They told Matt Eberflus, we're going to give you a bunch of former first rounders, and we're going to see if you can turn them back into first rounders. It says, haven't been given up on by the rest of the 31 teams in the league. The defense, man, it's not good. Two things can be true. You're preaching to the choir on Flus, because I had already said the bend don't break defense it's a terrible idea. Show me a bend don't break defense, and I'm gonna show you a bend don't break defense when they go to Super Bowls. No, they have all pro players. They don't have just Pro Bowl, they have all pro players. No, we didn't have all pro players. We thought we had a chance to have all pro players. Turns out none of them turned out. Big Rumbowski said, but Jerry and Cowboy think they'll be perfect in Dallas. It's true. It's true. I'm just telling you, man, it's true. Absolutely true. See, we wanna use the low-hanging fruit. Matt Eberflus. Nah, we need to go a little bit more above that. Matt Eberflus didn't choose all these players he has on defense. They were already here. All of them were already here. Brian didn't get to choose all of his, but they already had some great pieces in place on offense. We don't have great pieces. Before Quinnen Williams, Michael Parsons trade, who do you really have other than Kenny and Osa? And Osa has been very questionable this year. Man, we've paid Osa, and Osa don't look nowhere near. He doesn't look nowhere near. And one of his reasons is he doesn't eat double teams. But we got to stop blaming Eberflus for also poor execution. He can't be both. I don't understand how we're not. I don't understand how we're just overlooking and saying that Matt Eberflus is Zimmer is better than Eberflus. And he had a lot of those defensive pieces. And Zimmer couldn't do nothing with them. Zimmer. Only thing Zimmer did was boy, I'm about to say something. I ain't gonna say it. I'm just telling us we're not being honest about our defense. Those players, I'm telling you, if you bring another defensive coordinator in here next year with those same players and you don't change anybody out, it's going to be the same thing. It'll be the same thing.
Of the day, we're in year one, and we've done some things that we're proud of this year. There's been,
Now, let me say this about Brian as we listened to this conversation, because I was thinking about this today when I saw Brian's face before I heard him say anything. It seems to me the Cowboys and Brian have already started having like year-end conversations. And so now you'll notice Brian is echoing what Jerry Jones said. I think it was last week. Jerry Jones even said on Sunday, already recognizing the good things that they've done. Brian Schottenheimer has basically, you can see some relief in his face because he knows he's going to be able to be here next year. He knows he's going to be able to be here next year. And so all of a sudden, now you're hearing Brian say, we're a first-year program. So if this is the expectation from a first-year head coach, 25 years in the game, dealing with offenses, son of a coach, I still got to go back then. What does this mean for Ben Johnson? What does this say about Ben Johnson? What does it say? I'll give Ben Johnson credit to where their defense is better than the Cowboys' defense. But what I've seen him do on offense is incredible. If your defense is good and you're a first-year OC, and let's say you're struggling with play calling because it's your first year, you're mediocre, whatever the case may be, I would not expect you to be scoring points. No, they're scoring points on teams. His defense has nothing to do with the fact that they're scoring points on teams. And they're scoring points on, I'm not talking about okay teams. Ben Johnson is putting up buku points on good teams. This dude is putting up points. This dude took a team that was atrocious, that had our defensive coordinator as the head coach. This dude has flipped that team. A first-year head coach? I think this dude is in his 30s. What does it say about Ben Johnson? Man, I'm not even making the Jimmy comparisons. Those comparisons don't even work with me. Jimmy didn't come into the game with C.D. Lamb, George Pickens, Dak Prescott, Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker, Ty Smith, Javonte Williams, Ferg, Turpin, Flanoy. No, it took Jimmy 3 years because Jimmy had to get those players. What? What are we talking about? Jimmy had to get those players. I was alive to see what Jimmy did. Man, they had to come in and rebuild this thing from the ground up. Brian ain't having to build nothing from the ground up. They handed Brian some very good players. Yes, appreciate you, RT. This and that, appreciate you. The Jones running a marketing firm with a hobby for football. I'm going to tell you what they did this year, this and that. I do think they played. I do think they tried. Problem is they tried to mix too much of the cheap. They tried to mix too much of the cheap in there and not going out there and getting some quality players. But I'm telling us, man, this defense, man, these players, man, we are lying to ourselves. Man, we are lying to ourselves. Man, it's okay. Two things can be true. I'm not moving off Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus needs to be fired on principle. Matt Eberflus is stubborn and only makes serious adjustments when his back against the wall. I'm not evaluating you on 3 games that mean nothing. You had 2 opportunities, Minnesota and Detroit. Minnesota and Detroit, those were the 2 games for me. And in those 2 games, you didn't call those games the same way you called Philly and Kansas City. It don't even look like you looked at the tape. And for that, my friend, you're fired. But the Cowboys don't have the players. Bottom line. Bottom line, we're lying to ourselves. If we're even saying this is... No, they don't have the players. They don't. They don't have the players. And the thing that Michael Irvin is saying is the same thing I said before I heard Michael Irvin said it, but I agree with it. Bro, as a head coach, you got to know who you are. If you know your defense is bad, then you know that the world you live in is that in order for you to have an opportunity to beat teams, bro, you got to score 30 plus points. You got to score 35. You got to put up 40 points on some teams. Told me everything I need to know. You can tell me about the Chargers all you want to. Anybody want to make the argument about the Chargers all you want to, make those arguments about the Chargers. But you have no answer about the Arizona Cardinals who haven't won a game since they played us. Haven't won a game. And it wasn't the defense. The defense held the Cardinals to 27 points. The problem was the Arizona Cardinals defense, who hasn't been able to hold anyone else, they held Brian Schottenheimer to 7 points. I'm not buying it. I'm absolutely not buying it. I'm not buying it. Mark, let me tell you something. La La Land. Zimmer actually didn't figure it out. He just looked better than he looked. He didn't figure it out. Zimmer could not continue with the players that the Cowboys gave him. Zimmer was still giving up miles and miles of yardage. We're in La La Land. That's all I'm telling you. We're in La La Land on Mike Zimmer. Is Mike Zimmer better than Matt Eberflus? Yes. Can he do more with less? Yes. But not even he could do anything with this team. Not even Zimmer. Not even Zimmer could do anything with this team. And he had Micah Parsons. He had Micah Parsons. He couldn't do nothing with this team. The defense. We cheaped out on the defense, and it's the end of the year, and it's time to start admitting it. We cheaped out on the defense, and you can't do it. We got all this money on the offensive side of the ball, which is great, but defense wins championships. You got to get the players, man. You do. Bernard Bradford, he's saying the same thing. He says, why Cowboys fans complain about the defense, but your high-powered offense did not score in the second half versus the Chargers? What does that have to do with the defense, Bernard? I'm in total agreement. There is no excuse. And even Michael Irvin is singing this song. There is no excuse. Y'all do know we got a lot of those points at the beginning of the season. We got a lot of those points at the beginning of the season. And we got a lot of those points on some bad teams. The only good team we really got those points on were the Green Bay Packers. Brian Schottenheimer, man, I'm just telling you. He needs to be a sideline coach. He needs to be on the sideline, up and down the sideline. I think he'll be great at that. I think he can keep the whole team motivated. I think he can have one-on-one when a player is having an issue. He can talk to him one-on-one. I think Brian is a great communicator. I think he can do all those things. But, man, he has no excuse offensively. We should have been putting up way more points. Way more points. Way more points. Way more points. Brian has been a part of the problem, too. He has been a part of the problem. He has been a part of the problem. But Matt Eberflus, I'm not turning back on Matt Eberflus. I said when we got him, I was questioning Matt Eberflus. I questioned it even during the season. I don't think this is the kind of defense the Cowboys need. I didn't think it was the kind of defense. And the problem is, too, the Cowboys, they don't need to bring on players. They need to totally overhaul it. What you have at your defensive line's positions, keep all of that. Everything beyond your defensive line, change it out. Everything. Minus Overshown, change it out. Change it all out, man. Change it all out. All of it, change it out. Change it out. Because, again, this is the theme of the stream. Notice what Brian is saying. How does this make sense, what Brian says? Brian says we have the personnel. Brian is lying to himself. Brian is saying they have the personnel because Brian doesn't want to defame the players. Brian Schottenheimer has been defending Kenneth Murray Jr. all season while destroying Jaden Blue. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Defaming Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue will not be, I'm telling you, if the Cowboys wind up letting Jaden Blue go, you watch what I tell you. He's going to pop up in this league, and he's going to be a superstar for somebody else. Because they're going to use him exactly the way he's supposed to be getting used. They're not going to try to make him into, they're not going to try to make him into the next Javonte Williams. Brian even took Malik Davis. He tried to make Malik Davis into Javonte Williams because he has a certain way he only wants to run the ball. Brian's stubborn too. Brian is stubborn too. Brian is saying some things. This isn't true. We have the personnel. At linebacker, stop it. At corner, stop it. At safety, stop it. At the tackle positions on offense, stop it. Man, sometimes, bro, it's the end of the season, man. It's the end of the season. It's okay to say, we still, hey, man, come on, man. Come on, man. We're lying to ourselves, guys, and I'm telling us we're lying to ourselves on this. We're lying to ourselves. Joshua says offense score points, defense wins championships. That is the famous, the infamous Bear Bryant. Defense wins championships. We spent all the money on the offensive side of the ball, didn't spend none hardly on the defensive. And the money that we did have spent on defense, guess what? I mean, we got all the money tied up into a cornerback that's been injured for the last 3 years, Trayvon Diggs. We then went and tied up more money into a cornerback that is now injured the last 2 years, Deron Bland. We got money tied up into the safeties that they haven't been able to play in pass coverage. Demarion Overshown, we don't have money tied up in him, but Demarion Overshown's been injured. We put money into Kenneth Murray Jr., running around here calling him K9. Man don't need to be called K9. They went and tied $15.5 million up into Kenneth Murray to come in here and play linebacker. He hasn't panned out either. Just telling us, man. I'm just telling us. All of this isn't just Matt Eberflus. This is coaching too. This is coaching. It's not all Matt Eberflus, and it's not all coaching. It's players too. And man, you got to admit when you don't have the players. They don't have the players, bro. They don't.
Certainly not the success in the win-loss column. That's very evident. We're disappointed about that. But again, I'm fueled by the fact that we get to play an NFC East opponent this week and then next week, and we want to win and to sustain some success, and we have a chance to potentially go 5-1 in the division. This is the NFC East, and so that's something that motivates us. And again, at the end of the day, when you look at this season, there's going to be good things, there's going to be bad things, but we're playing to win. And our players are all about that. That's what the culture we're trying to build.
Second.
We're gonna do our season grades at the end of the season. We're gonna do our season grades at the end of the season. And it's funny to me, just listening to Brian Schottenheimer talk now. I mean, it's funny to me. I hadn't heard him talk. I hadn't heard this whole thing. But I mean, I'm just kind of listening to him now. And I just kind of remember, last week, and even the weeks before that, he's saying things like you're judged off of, he's like, I'm not even looking at the end of the season and what we did good and what we did bad. He said, because at the end of the day, you're judged by wins and losses. But now he's conceding. Guys, I'm going to just tell you the truth. And I love the Dallas Cowboys. Anybody who's been following me, you know where I am with our boys. But unless we really sit down and look at this season, unless they really sit down and look at this season the right way, they're not going to come back the way they need to come back next year to do what I think they can do. I believe the Cowboys can win the Super Bowl in 2026. I've been saying they're going to win it in 2026. And I say no later than 2027. I believe they get the chip over the next 2 years, the next 2 seasons coming up. But I'm just hoping all this talk that Brian is doing is just a bunch of fluff. Because the reality is, man, when you really look back on this season, what we've actually witnessed are a lot of great individual performances. This may be the typical Cowboys postseason. Of course, we're not going to make it, but we're probably going to have multiple Pro Bowl players. Dak Prescott, Pro Bowl, probably going to be in the All-Pro discussion. CeeDee Lamb will probably make the Pro Bowl. George Pickens may very well get his first All-Pro unless the voters are biased towards him. I don't know how that all goes, but I think the voters are involved in this one, like some of the media members or something. So they may, because of a couple of games that we've seen where he kind of got taken out of a couple of games, they may rob him of an All-Pro season. But I think he's an All-Pro wide receiver. You think about Javonte Williams, he'll Pro Bowl. Cooper Beebe probably should be Pro Bowl even with missing time. Ty Smith, Pro Bowl, probably All-Pro. Ty Booker, man, this dude is going to be on the all-rookie team. He's probably going to be in the candidacy for the Rookie of the Year. He's going to make a Pro Bowl probably in his rookie season. I mean, when you look at the individual performances, the Cowboys are going to look great. Now, defensively, I'm struggling. And I mean SCRUGGLING. Y'all got to tell me something. Y'all tell me who are the Pro Bowl players on this defense. Quinnen Williams hasn't been here long enough to be on the Pro, and he wasn't doing a whole lot when he was with the Jets this past season. He was great with the Cowboys in a 3-year stint. A 3-game stint. But Quinnen Williams might make the Pro Bowl because just the reputation alone. And when he's dominant, but he is an elite player. He may make the Pro Bowl. I'll be shocked if Oso Digizua makes the Pro Bowl. Kenny Clark, I'm not sure he'll make the Pro Bowl. Donovan Ezeraku may be on the rookie team, but I don't think he'll make a Pro Bowl. Other than that, on the defensive line, there'll be no Pro Bowlers. Defensively, past the defensive line, name me a player that could even be in the conversation for a Pro Bowl. When you look at what the Cowboys have done, when I think, and I'm being true to what I've seen. When you look back and say the Cowboys have done some great things, and I hope I mentioned Javonte Williams because he'll definitely be a Pro Bowler. When I look at what the Cowboys have done individual performances, I look back and say, man, the Cowboys did a lot of great things this year. But when I look at them as a totality of a team, let me tell you the high point of this season for the Dallas Cowboys. The high point of this season for the Dallas Cowboys, unfortunately, is when Marshawn Nealon passed. Do y'all realize that was the pinnacle of the season? Anybody who's been following me heard me say the entire year, I don't agree with Brian Schottenheimer, championship moments. I just think you have to try to get a team up for certain games, try to get them up game to game to game. I think you got to motivate them. But Brian tries to keep every game the same. But notice what they did when Marshawn Kneeland passed. They started saying, we're going to dedicate these games to Marshawn Kneeland. They dedicated the Raiders game on the road. They dedicated the game to him at home against the Philadelphia Eagles. They talked about him again against the Kansas City Chiefs. And once that wore off, that 10-day break, they came back against the Detroit Lions. I heard nothing else about Marshawn Kneeland, and they got mollywopped. They came back against the Minnesota Vikings with no motivation. They got mollywopped. I'm just telling y'all straight up, I care nothing about the first half of the Chargers game. I care nothing about it. I care nothing about a team that scored 17 points in the first half like they scored 37 points in the first half. They scored 17 points in the first half only to come out in the second half and look exactly like the same team that we've watched outside of the 3-game stint with the Marshawn Kneeland passing. We got to be honest about this team. Nah, man. There's been some great individual performances. There's even been some great things that I say Shotty has done as it applies to how they did some things with the Marshawn Kneeland thing. But, man, take that out of the season. Just take that out of the season for a moment and think about this season. Philadelphia Eagle game. Great game for the Cowboys for the most part. CeeDee Lamb dropped some passes. We probably win that game. You take past that game, we immediately started seeing the cracks in the wall. We just didn't want to admit it. Chicago Bears outcoached us. Outcoached us, out-physicaled us. New York Giants came into Dallas. They put up Russell Wilson had a Hall of Fame game against us. All of the signs were there. We've had great individual performances all year. Dak Prescott being exceptional. George Pickens being exceptional for the most part of the season. Javonte Williams towards most of the season, but he's tapered off. I think they ran him in the ground. Tyler Booker's been incredible, but man, I'm just telling you, when you look at this season overall, past and beyond the individual performances, nah, man, this season, it's really been a disappointment. It's been a disappointment. Offensively, primarily defensively, Matt Eberflus is proven to be one of the worst decisions they made. Matt Eberflus is the worst decision this team made. And because of the philosophy of they don't want to fire a player mid-season, the Cowboys kept Matt Eberflus to the point that it didn't make no sense to get rid of him. I mean, once you lose to the Detroit Lions, I mean, so what? Why fire him then? You only got 3 games to go. Why fire him then? Cowboys just said, so we don't have to, whatever it is, we don't want him on the couch, I guess, this season, put him up in the booth. But he still called a game. And he called a good game. I don't think you'll find most people that will debate and say he didn't call a good game. He called a good game. Chargers had some great play calling. Had a lot of cover 2 buster stuff. Called a great game. But in the grand scheme of things, man, the players too. Lack of execution. Jamal Ism, appreciate you. Jamal said, gee, I think it's time to let Will McClay go. It's crazy to me that no one has held him accountable. Ooh, let's talk about that. Jamal said also, he said he has failed this team when it comes to evaluating defensive talent. Okay, Jamal, let's talk about that just for a second. I'm going to tell you the place I'm going to give what I would like to know before we did move on from Will McClay. Let's just say for the sake of argument, you and I, and we're all having a conversation about getting rid of Will McClay. Excuse me. My issue is does Will McClay have the final say-so? Does Will McClay have the final say-so in player acquisition? Because I would like to know, is it the Joneses who are saying, we got to get the bang for our buck on defense. Because I'm going to tell you about Jerry. Jerry loves offense. Bottom line, Jerry loves offense. Jerry loves offense. He doesn't quite understand. I think he understands it, but he doesn't know how to pick that talent. He's failed Tony Romo and now Dak Prescott with defenses. And I just laugh at people that say, oh, no, they had the defenses. No, they didn't. You don't understand what having the defenses are. Troy Aikman had the defenses. Troy Aikman had a number one defense. Tony and Dak have not had number one defenses. Troy had number one overall defenses. They haven't given Tony and Dak that. And man, name me the Charles Haley that Dak or Tony has had. Name me the Deion Sanders that Tony or Dak has had. Name me those kind of players. I mean, when you think about the safeties that Troy had, man, when you start thinking about the Darren Woodsons of the world, and a lot of people don't understand this kid named Washington. This dude was a freak of nature headhunter, man. This dude would knock you into the next day. They've never had those types of defenses and those types of players. They've never had them. And they've also never had the coaching that those players have had. This has been a shortcoming for the Cowboys for me for years. Their shortcoming has been coaching. 4 years, not just this stint, 4 years. They have not had the coaching. My only issue with getting rid of Will McClay is, does he have the final say-so on that player personnel? And is he allowed to say, hey, I'm going to bring you the player who I think is the best, and money isn't the conversation? Because if I was a GM, this is me. I don't want to have any conversations about money. This is what I would tell my scouts. Don't let money be the object or the issue when you go and look for players. We're not going to let that be our mindset of first trying to find the players we can afford. No, I don't want the price tag to be the issue. Bring me the top 10 players in whatever we're looking for at every position. And then we'll boil it down to which 3 players do we want the most out of all those positions. Then we'll start looking at the money. You get what you pay for. You get what you pay for every day, all day. You get that 98% of the time. The problem with the Cowboys, they're always looking for that 2%. They're always looking for that 2% of, man, we want to catch a genie in a bottle, Jamalism. We want to catch that genie in a bottle. We want to find that player that everybody overlooked. And we want to hit on that player that nobody can hit on. Nah, it don't work like that, man. Very rarely do it work like that. Sports Talk says Shotty's allergic to running the ball, which is crazy, knowing who his father is and he was the OC. Hold on, Sports Talk. He's not allergic to running the ball. Let me tell you what's his problem. He's trying to run a concept that worked when his father was alive that doesn't work today. When you go back and look at the amount of carries that LaDainian Tomlinson was having per game, even when you say carries plus being in pass coverage, that's a thing of the past. I don't know why, but these running backs, they're not built like that today. They're not built like that today. These running backs today, man, you can't go 25, 35 carries a game, all year long. These old running backs, you could. Not with these. His other thing he wants to do, he wants to run like his father, run between the tackles and run this power run game. You can't do that in this league. They're too smart. The defensive tackles, they're not only big, but they're athletic. They're big, they're athletic, they're quick. Man, these dudes today, man, there are defensive tackles out there today. They could borderline be running backs in the 60s and 70s. Man, these dudes are different today. Brian has an antiquated way of seeing the game. That power run game, man, even when you got a great offensive line, bro, you still got to have a changeup. You still got to have that back who can say, when you take away between the tackles, we're going to hit you with the sweeps. We're going to hit you with the screens. We're going to hit you with the pitches. We're going to get around the edges, and we're going to put you on notice. So now you're going to have to watch us on the edges, and you're going to have to worry about us up the middle. Sports, what happens to him is once you take away his runs between the tackles, then he falls back to Old Faithful and you say, okay, Dak, bail us out. Dak, bail us out. Bail us out. That's what he says. Bail us out. And so that becomes the issue. But Brian, and I'm hoping he says a lot of this stuff just for the cameras. But this team has really got to evaluate, man. It's got to evaluate itself better. They don't have the personnel, especially defensively. Offensively, for the most part, they're about 2 players away from an elite offense. They got to get the tackles. But even then, man, Brian got to change. Man, Brian got to get better at play calling. Brian is an average play caller. Situational football is not there. Now, he got to make some improvements, too. I still say the Cowboys should go get them an OC. I say Brian would just be better as a sideline coach, as an overall coach of the franchise like Jimmy was. But him being coach and OC, I just think it takes away from him, because I just think he's better at the coaching part than he is at the play calling part.
And after the last 2 weeks, you've not scored a touchdown. There's a lot of talk about the defense, but how much does that kind of bother you and hit it home?
Wait a minute. Listen to this question.
That's what the culture we're trying to build.
Listen to this question.
Second half, the last 2 weeks, you've not scored a touchdown. There's a lot of talk about the defense, but how much does that kind of bother you and hit it home for you?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was very disappointed with the way we played in the second half yesterday, and I just felt like we had a good drive, and the 4th and 1 call didn't go the way we wanted to, and I've thought that one over and over a lot, and I give them credit. They made a good play, and but you're always critical of yourself, like what if I would have done this, what if I would have done that. But really the biggest thing that slowed us down, Todd, I think was untimely penalties on 3rd down. This game got away from us, guys, time of possession. I told the guys that this morning. I said, we didn't play this game on our terms. They possessed the ball for 35 minutes.
Yeah, Derrick Rose, you know what? He said, yeah. Now, he said we have the players on defense, but Derrick Rose, but watch how this doesn't match. So you have the players, but they're not executing. Because Shotty didn't even poo-poo the scheme. He didn't poo-poo the scheme. He said we're not executing. Last time I checked, execution was not the coaches, that's the players. Execution is the players. Don't worry, Jerry's going to spell it out even better for us. Jerry going to spell it out even better for us. It's the players. Duh. It's not all the players, but some of this is the players on defense. They don't have the players to do what they need to do. I still say that Matt Eberflus did a terrible job of trying to put them in position. Yesterday, he put them in position. They just were not, players just aren't good enough, man. They're just not good enough. I mean, just bottom line. Players aren't good enough. Danny is not a fan of Schottenheimer. He said, turn off that clown Shotty.
And it's been 33-something. And why? Well, we didn't convert 3rd downs, and we couldn't get them off the field on 3rd and 4th down. And
so let's ask the question. If you can't convert 3rd downs, is that Shotty or the players? If you can't get the team off the field on 3rd downs, is that Flus or the players? So is it on the players when Shotty can't get the 3rd downs, but it's on Flus when the defense can't get the other team off the field on 3rd downs? Nah, man. Nah, some of this is players. And I think on defense it's more players. On offense, I think it's more Brian Schottenheimer's play calling. Schottenheimer's play calling, I'm telling you, it's below average, man.
This team,
it's average to below average.
They can run the ball and the explosive plays that they made. It's not a good recipe.
So with that being said, do you look at the end of the half where how the game had started and they've had these long drives and shoot up the clock to steal a possession there at the end of the half? Would you have called the timeout sooner?
No, I don't think so. Like I said, there's a little gamesmanship, Todd, where you get down there where you kind of make them make a decision. But once the ball gets to a certain area of the field, then you do burn the.
Okay, Mills. Okay, so I didn't even see this. I hadn't even seen the Pro Bowl stuff out there, but it's already out there. Okay, Mills. So I was pretty much right? Prescott, Pickens, Quinnen Williams, Brandon Aubrey. I forgot about him. You definitely got to put him out there. Brandon Aubrey. Let me see. And Ty Smith to the Pro Bowl. Okay, so see, I didn't even know this. But again, hey, Mills, it was pretty obvious who the Pro Bowlers were. And if Lamb didn't make it, Lamb is only missing it because of an injury. Lamb is only missing it because of an injury. And if you think about Quinnen Williams is getting that Pro Bowl probably based more off of just how dominant he is overall. The Jets, he didn't really do as well with the Jets, and I think that's because the writing was on the wall. He had a great 3-game stint with the Cowboys, but you could tell what the defense looks like without him out there. But man, when you look on that defense, and Mills, that's exactly my point on defense. Look at how many players Brian Schottenheimer has in the Pro Bowl, and look at how many players that Matt Eberflus has in the Pro Bowl. Some of that can be because of the system, but some of that is also because, man, those players aren't good. Those players aren't good, man. That defensive line is great, but beyond that, man, them players aren't good. They're just not good. Okay, hey, thank you, Quasi. I'll check that out. Pickens did make the Pro Bowl. I think he's going to make All-Pro. I'll check that out. The Cowboys had 5 Pro Bowl players. Okay, I'll check that out. I'm expecting, of those 5 Pro Bowl players, I'm expecting Dak and George Pickens to be in that running for the All-Pro. They may rob. They may actually rob George Pickens just because of a couple of games. They may rob him. 72 Chevelle and Brandon, they say they struggling like me. Man, I'm struggling, man. I'm struggling. Ron Hanna, he said, gee, we don't have one player elite on defense. Only player I think is elite on defense, Ron Hanna, is Quinnen Williams. He's the only one. He's the only one. Yes, sir. BK, I hadn't even seen the list. Yeah, no answer. No players on Pro Bowl, on the Pro Bowl. You have your answer. I knew it. Man, I'm telling you, I knew it. The defense, man, I'm not telling you, I'm out on Eberflus. So don't even come at me with Eberflus. I'm out on Eberflus. But I'm also going to admit that it's these players too. Do not bring another DC in here and leave these players. We did it to Zimmer. We shouldn't have done it. We did it to Matt. We shouldn't have done it. Let's get the DC in here first. And I'm going to tell you this part. Let Brian Schottenheimer pick his DC. Let Brian Schottenheimer choose his own DC. Because at the end of the season next year, it'll be his butt on the line if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Let this man pick his own DC. And then when he gets his DC, then let him go to Will McClay. Let them go to Will McClay and say, okay, I know we can't have everybody that we want, but let me tell you what we do want. Let me tell you who we want. Tell you who we want. Get that defensive coordinator some players that fits the doggone scheme he wants to run. And don't leave him none of these. Man, don't leave this man no leftovers. It's time for this Cowboys team to be done with the leftovers on defense, man. Be done with these leftovers. No more Diggs. Bland, you're stuck with him. You signed him, you're stuck with him. No more Bridges, no Reddy. None of those types of players. Savon Revel Jr., he's here to stay. Man, I'm telling you, I would probably, depending upon what I could get, man, I might even be out on Kalen Carson. I might invite him and Josh Butler back to the training camp next season. But the safeties, I'm out on the safeties. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm out on the safeties, bro. I'm out on them. I got to go out and get me some top flight safeties. I got to go get me some safeties, man. These guys, these in-the-box safeties, I can't have these conversations no more. Man, I need dudes that can play in the box and can play pass coverage. I can't. I can't. Cowboys have got to give up on and this defense, and it's really the leftover defense of Dan Quinn. A lot of them can't get the Dan Quinn dust off of them. They can't get the Dan Quinn dust off of them. They're so entrenched in the Dan Quinn system, they can't do anything past it. Well, doggone it, get where Dan Quinn is. Get you some different players. Get you some different players, man. Doggone it. Get you some different defensive players. Don't just let go of Flus and say somebody else can come in here and coach this defense. No, they can't. They can't come in here and coach this defense. Shoot, man, get these dudes some players, man.
Timeouts, I feel very comfortable with that. I think I was very pleased with how we started the game. I mean, they deferred to us. We took the opening drive, went right down the field, scored a touchdown, and we kind of kept answering back and forth. And then, the second half, we faltered on offense, and ultimately that caught us.
Did we falter or did you falter? Because you got the players. Maybe I'm just being naive. I just don't think you should be able to stop Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and George Pickens. I don't see how you let anybody take those three players away from you. I don't see how you do it. When I watch the Rams, if Puka Nacua, if they got Puka Nacua, Matthew Stafford, other wide receiver, I'm sorry they got traded them losers. His name is losing me. You don't take them away. You rarely see where teams can take that combination away. You rarely see it. In Jigba, Seattle. Man, I don't even know who the other wide receiver is for Seattle, but I haven't seen hardly anybody be able to take away in Jigba. Sam Darnold and Jigba, they figure out ways to get the ball in their playmakers' hands. We will literally let teams take our playmakers away. That's called a lack of adjustments. Rombowski said Jerry and Steven don't invest any time when it comes to the draft. That's always been McClay, and he's failed on defensive. Rombowski, I got to give it to you on this. This is where they failed on defense. McClay hasn't been able to get the defensive draft picks. This has been the Achilles heel. They haven't been able to get the defensive draft picks, man. That's it. Haven't been able to get the defensive. They have not hit. And then when they do draft them, boy, they give them 3 years. If they don't hit on defensive player, man, they give them 3 years. Got to make that switch quicker.
John Michelle with The Athletic. What happened with Quinnen Williams' neck with that getting added to the injury report on Saturday?
Yeah, he got through the protocol, and then on Friday, like you do, you're going to go out there and move around and hit some things, and his neck got sore, and so it happens. And at the end of the day, it was close, and with the short week coming, it just made more sense to not play him.
After the game, Jade Evian Clowney had a pretty interesting quote talking about what motivates him to keep playing. Obviously, through his last 2 games, Dak has done the same. I was wondering if you ever have some of those veteran-type guys talk in front of the team, or do you leave that kind of stuff up to them to do individually?
No. I mean, I think they do a lot of that in the locker room. I mean, that's very distracting. I mean, can you ask the question? No, I'm just kidding. I heard the question. You're good. No, again, you know me. I'm big on player leadership. When I talked to the guys the other day about, after walkthrough, I said, hey, there's a chance we come to meetings tonight that we'll have been eliminated from the postseason. After I mentioned that, I had Dak kind of call him up, and he talked about that. But, look, the best locker rooms are player-led, man, and we've got some great leaders and great stories, and I'm aware of some of the things that our guys have said. And like I said, that's where I point to the fact that these guys want to play. This is a game that's given them so much, and this is a game that, they love playing this game. We all know this roster will not look the same. This team won't look the same next year. That's life in the National Football League. So, we've got 2 more opportunities, and I'm excited to actually run around hopefully a little bit tomorrow and get ready to go.
Would do you think of Tyler Smith yesterday?
I thought he's an amazing player.
Leave
To
him at
do
left
what we did
tackle.
against that group. Obviously,
Leave him at
guys
left
were,
tackle.
Talking about the last couple of weeks, we haven't been protecting Dak very well, and again against a really, really good front. I thought we played really well across the board and kept Dak really clean. And Tyler's just an amazing player.
Nick Harris, four-star Telegram. Ryan Flanoy was talking earlier about how you guys avoided major injury with his knee. Just kind of talk about the range of emotions over the last 24 hours with.
Yeah, really worried about it. It was one of those deals where, they took him in, they evaluated him, they just kind of really weren't sure. And he's had the knee, I believe, I'm pretty sure. He's had that knee repaired before. But, we were actually in game plan meetings this morning when I got a call from Jim because he knew I wanted to know. And he gave us the great news about Flo. And so I did what most people that care do. I picked up the phone and we called Flo and told him I loved him and how excited I was. And a bunch of the guys in the room started going crazy and pounding the table. But let's talk about this for a second, the development of that young man. I mean, he had a touchdown yesterday. He gets another one called back. That's an incredible catch, probably maybe one of the best catches I've seen in a while. And just the way he's playing and the confidence he's playing with, he deserves all the great things that are coming his way. And I think he's just getting started.
I'm going to tell you about Ryan Flanoy. Y'all already know I got a video I did last year on him. Chris Carter gets some credit too. I think Chris Carter has worked with Ryan Flanoy quite a while. Yeah, Carter gets some credit too. Yeah, he gets some credit too. But see, Flanoy is going to be one of them. He got a lot of dog in him. Got a lot of faith, a lot of dog in him. Yeah, Flanoy going to be great for the Cowboys. Cowboys, man, I'm telling you, man, great pick. Again, going to the point of Rombowski, McClay will hit on offense, man. I mean, minus Schoonmaker, which, man, Schoonmaker may go somewhere else and be an absolute beast, but he hits on offense. He hits on offense. His problem is he can't hit on defense. He just can't hit on defense. BK, I agree with you. OC, DC, let Schottenheimer be a coach on the sidelines. That's where I am. I'm not out on Shotty because I love Shotty, some of the things he does. I think the play calling is taken away from it. I think the play calling is actually taking away from what he brings to the team. Some of these collapses that this team is doing in games, I believe that if he was the coach and not the OC, man, he could really help get their minds back situated. But with him him being the OC, it's again, it's like that separation. Okay, I'm the OC, you're the DC, two separate teams. No, unite the team, let him be the coach, go out here and get you one of these young, talented, offensive, genius-minded coaches, man, and come back and tear this league up, man. I even say the Cowboys ought to get younger at DC, too. Get younger at DC. I'll tell you this. I'd love to see Brian Flores. I think Brian Flores would be good for the Cowboys. He's very aggressive. I think the Cowboys need a coach like that. Somebody who's aggressive that just says, I'm not going out like Willie Lump Lump. They need that kind of coach. The G code. He said, G, you need to knock it off. Jerry only hires yes men. That's why he hired Shotty, who was already in the building. Hey, but you know what? Hey, G code. I think Jerry lucked up on Shotty. As much as I say Shotty isn't a great play caller, I still say he lucked up on him as a coach. I think he's a good coach. I think he's a good coach for your organization. Now you just need to go get him an OC. And I wouldn't go with Clayton Adams. And the reason why I wouldn't go with Clay Adams is I don't want a coach I don't know what he is. I want a proven commodity. somebody that I don't have to say, let's see what he does. No, I want somebody that everybody say, oh, wow, the body of work on this guy is crazy. I don't want them to go and give somebody a chance, which, you know, I'm sure I'm pretty much just dreaming right now because I don't think they're going to do it. Because Jerry's already said this was one of the stipulations of Brian being the head coach. So I do hope that Brian goes in this offseason, man, and just really looks at a lot of things that he failed on to come back a lot better.
Smith at left tackle, are these next 3 games experimental in any way of potentially going into the offseason with that as an option moving forward?
Yeah, again, I mean, you know.
Okay, so wait a minute. He said the next 3 games. This is the last one. Okay. All right, so we won't listen to the rest of this. Okay, I thought this was the one for this one, but it's not. It says 8 hours ago. He said the last 3 games. I don't know. Maybe this is. I don't know what this guy's talking about.
You watch Sis play and you see how these guys function, and we know he can play out there. You know, we're not surprised. I'm not surprised. But, again, at the end of the day, we made the move because we thought it gave us the best chance to win these next.
Ron Hanna, I've heard Vance
you know,
Joseph's name come up too.
Be, like I said, for the next 2 games now, and we'll evaluate everything. You know, no different than scheme and all that stuff. We'll evaluate everything once the season's over.
Tommy R, DallasCowboys.com. Javonte, 9 carries yesterday. Did he re-aggravate something with the shoulder that was bugging him last week?
No, he got banged on the check down. Dak threw him a little check down. He kind of got banged on it, but nothing with that. I just think, you know, again, at the end of the day, you have the ball for 25 minutes. You know, I ran the ball in the first play of the second half, and we lost 3 yards, and I think I got away from it, started pitching it around a little bit too much, but it was more the time of possession than anything. I mean, it's hard to get.
Brian can say what he wants to say. They've warned, I'm just telling y'all, man, they've warned Javonte Williams out. They have really warned Javonte Williams out. Brian used Javonte Williams like he was one of these throwback LaDainian Tomlinson, Emmitt Smith, you know, those backs from the... No. Phil Maffa, they were talking about he was coming off of IR and he's going to get some time in. If he was available, the Cowboys should have already got him going. Malik Davis, they should have got Malik Davis going more and not try to turn him into Javonte Williams. Use him as the change-up back. Man, they did a poor job this season. Javonte had a great year. Do y'all realize Javonte basically had a great year just running straight runs? I mean, just running basically between the tackles. No razzle-dazzle, just hard nose between the tackles running. That says a lot about Cooper Beebe, Ty Smith, and Ty Booker. But he's not that visionary running back. And that's what the Cowboys got to go get. I know some people want him. They're entitled to their opinion. I don't want Breece Hall. I don't want a running back that's been in the league 3 or 4 years. I don't want a running back the Cowboys got to pay money, big money for, be in some kind of bidding war with. I don't want them to have to trade. I don't want none of that. Go in the draft and get you a top 3. Don't go below the second round. Man, get you a running back in the second round. Get a running back. Get you a prolific running back. Man, get you some. Surely in the second round. Surely in the second round, the Cowboys can get them a running back to match up with Javonte Williams. Get you a running back that every time he touches the ball, you know he can hit his head on that goalpost. Go get that running back. Man, don't go out there and get somebody used. I don't want to hear no Breece Hall. I don't want to hear that. No, I don't want to hear Breece Hall. I don't want to hear about trading for Bijan. No, don't trade. Don't go in free agency. Go and get your running back like you did with Ezekiel Elliott. Go get your running back. Man, we got to stop, man. We got to stop. We got to stop trying to find all these diamonds in the rough. I mean, or find these guys who, man, you know, the league forgot about them, or these dudes that they could be dissing. No, I don't want those dudes no more. I don't want those dudes no more. Cowboys need to go out there and get them. Start getting these players, man. Go in this doggone draft. Daddy said ship Flus. He said ship Shotty and Flus to Seattle. Nah, they ain't going to Seattle. They got something good going over there. Nah, they got something good going over there, Danny. Shoot. Seattle, man. I never thought we'd see that. Man, we might see Seattle in the Super Bowl again. What? My gosh. Andrew, sorry about that, my brother. Sometimes, man, you got to understand, Andrew, I'm a preacher. You got to understand, I'm a preacher, Andrew. Sometimes I get on the point, I'm on the point, man. I'm sorry. He said you talk too much on some things, man. I'm sorry, brother. It is what it is. All right. Let me see here. Let me go. Let's get back into shot, and then I'm going to keep going into the comments, man. You guys got some great conversations going on in here. All right. I'm going to come right to you, Ron Bowski. I see something you said here I like.
Anything going with 25 minutes time of possession.
And then with some of the other guys, DeMarvion in the protocol, is that something you're expecting will probably?
Yeah, it's a tough week, short week. It's a tough week. So,
yeah, he ain't coming back.
I think we're holding our breath if we think he'll be able to play. But
nah, he ain't coming back.
It's tough with a short week.
No.
Just Thursday games overall, with this being your fourth one this year, you played plenty of Thursday games before in your career, but from your chair now as a head coach, how have you seen the operation in terms of getting ready for this many in your first year as a head coach?
Well, I mean, the fact that we're the first team to ever play 4, I think is unique. Certainly, it's never happened before, so that's interesting. You know, the first one doesn't really count. I mean, it's the first game of the year. Doesn't really count, but the other ones do. You know, you play Philly, and then you have a normal 7-day routine. And I do think, you know, doing it every year, we know how to process it. We know the right way to game plan and kind of how to do that. We know how to practice and to be smart with their bodies. I mean, these guys are not ready to run. I mean, they're hurting right now. I mean, I watched the film 3 or 4 times, and again, you know, we played physical yesterday. We did. You know, we didn't play great in a lot of areas, but we did play physical, and so our guys are sore and they're banged up, and we'll get them back. But you know, I think it's pretty cool to play in front of the world, I guess, with Netflix on Christmas Day. And, you know, get a lot to celebrate, and I know I'm a very blessed man.
Dave Lockmer, 105.3 The Fan, Cowboys Radio. To your point of untimely third down penalties or whatnot, you had the ball up there at 49, kind of middle of the fourth quarter, you're down 10. If that were an incomplete pass, and I don't know if you even got that far in the progression of the thought process, it would have been about a 67-yarder for Aubrey. Cut it to a 1-possession game. Was that going through your mind? Then obviously
Yeah, I don't remember the exact situation, babe, but if you're telling me I have a chance with 10 minutes to go for him to kick a 67-yard field goal, yeah, I'd probably take a flyer on it, depending on what the D&D was. If it was 4th and 5 or less, 4 or less, I probably would go for it. But if it was 4th and long like that, or long in that mid-range, I'd have a decision to make.
Yeah, obviously the penalty put you to third.
Yeah, and again, it was, you know, a couple, you know, at a false start, and, you know, BB kind of goes to pull one, C flinched on one, and just, you know, things untimely. You know, and that's what I mentioned last night, you know, talking to you guys, and I'll say it again, like, it's real. The complimentary aspect of what we did, you know, you get stopped on 4th and 1, get ready to go, hopefully tie it up, right? And then they go down and get a field goal, and then you come down, same thing, we're in 3rd down. I thought, you know, they did a good job of forcing some 3rd downs in long, because we did it. You know, they didn't force it, we did it. So those are things that you can't do.
Joe.
Joe, Dallas Morning News. I know Tyler Smith moving to left tackle. Tyler Guyton, though, I mean, he's been out a month. Was that injury
Leave him there.
Originally or worse than originally anticipated?
You know, these injuries, the ankles are weird, Joe. I mean, they just, you know, it's different. You're not talking about a 180-pound, you know, receiver. You're talking about a, you know, 300-plus man that's used to moving backwards, you know, and not going forwards. You know, they're all different. So, no, I don't think so. But I do think that, you know, that certainly played into the fact of us making this decision. Is it seems like, you know, more than likely he's going to miss this game and possibly next week. We'll see.
And then Matty Flew's a big reason moving up to the booth was for his adjustment purposes. How did you see him adjust this past game?
Yeah, I mean, I think we fired more blitzes. We weren't getting home, and so I do think that we brought more blitzes. Unfortunately, those didn't really get home either. And again, it's so funny because when you talk about affecting the quarterback, you talk about hitting the quarterback, sacking the quarterback. Man, I wish it was just about defensive linemen. It's not. It's about coverage. And, it seems like when we had pass rush, they were getting open and beating man-to-man. And then when we had them covered, we weren't getting home, or we were around him and he escapes out for, a 38-yard run or whatever.
Tell me if that's Matt Eberflus he's talking about. I'm just telling you, man. Tell me if that's Matt Eberflus he's talking about. He's talking about players, too. I'm telling y'all, man, Matt Eberflus ran a lot of what we wanted all season long. But again, you're fired because you should have been running this all year. You should have been diligently trying to figure out ways to maximize the players that you have and beat teams. You really should have been doing this all year long. And that's why it when you do it sporadically, you can't do it and execute it the way that you want to. He should have had the defense in this phase all year long. And that's why, for me, again, I'm not turning back on Matt Eberflus. I just think for the team's psyche, Matt Eberflus needs to go, along with some of these players who still have that Dan Quinn residue on them. Those players need to go too. And the Cowboys, I'm going to read some of your comments here because I like some of the things you guys are saying. BK said the demographics have changed. Get someone that can mingle with the players. Yeah, Douglas says Clayton is the OC. Clayton, let me tell you something. The Cowboys have really painted themselves in a corner with this. I really think the Cowboys shouldn't have hired him as the OC because that kind of ties your hands behind your back that if you wanted to get an OC, you have an OC. So what? You're going to have an OC doing the old offensive line and one calling plays? I don't like the fact that they did that because if you're going to let someone call plays, I just wouldn't let Clayton Adams do it because he's unproven. And I'm tired of the Cowboys experimenting. I think the Cowboys need to go get them some proven commodities. You went unproven at the head coach / OC. I think it halfway worked. You went with the proven, which I think you had enough on Matt Eberflus to say you shouldn't have hired him. That didn't work. Man, I think they need to bring in some young bloods. Some young, innovative young bloods. Get them some young bloods, man. Some guys that's got some new ideas. Paul said should get defensive coach from the Miami Hurricanes. Man, hey, I'll tell you, I wouldn't be mad at it. KH said doesn't matter who the Big D Cowboys hire as long as the Jones is home. This once proud organizations as fans, we're still proud, just disgruntled. Yeah, I agree with you. Ice cold. I'm telling you, man, go. I don't know about 32-year-old, but I say go get some young bloods. Big Rumbowski said Jerry won't leave at 83 because he knows Stevens is about to run his franchise to even lower depths by fighting the cheapest roster in the NFL. Forget talent. Yeah. 72. Now, I don't think he called plays in Arizona. If he did, we already know what we need to know then. Yeah, 6-8-1 with 2 games left. Yeah. I definitely say we need to go younger in our coaching, on our defense especially. Dominique said no second or third round picks. I'm not wasting a first round pick on no running back. I thought we had a second round pick. I didn't know we got rid of a second round pick. I thought we got rid of a third round pick. Let me see here. You may absolutely be right. I thought we had a second round. I think we had I didn't think we had a third round. Let me see here. Okay, so we don't have a second round pick. Thought we had a second round pick. So we have 2 first rounders. 2 first rounders. So far, we're at 13 for our pick. I think we're at 21 for the Green Bay pick. So we have a 4th rounder, a 5th rounder, 5th rounder, 5th rounder, 7th rounder, 7th rounder. Well, I'll give you the other answer I got, Dominique. My other answer that I would do if I were the Cowboys, I would trade one of those first round picks and try to get 2 number 2s. That's what I would do. And that's the guy I was thinking about, Dominique. If you can get the guy from Notre Dame, I would pick him with one of those first round picks. That's the guy who I was thinking about. Yeah, you want big time players, you got to spend. That too. Yeah, but running back, no, I'm not going to do it at running back. I'm not spending big money at running back. Because those guys fall off a cliff too quick. If I'm getting a running back, if I'm the Cowboys, I want a young running back. I want a rookie. I want a rookie running back. That's what I want. I want a dynamic rookie running back if I'm the Cowboys.
He did, and that's what this game's become. Athletic QBs that can move around, and he certainly hurt us some yesterday with his legs.
Have you ever seen this many guys get poked in the eye?
I was just a quarterback, but I would have definitely had a shield on if I was playing in the trenches because, again, there's a lot of stuff going on in there, and fortunately they're all okay. But I probably wouldn't have mine tinted like some of these guys do. But, I'd definitely wear a visor shield.
Scott Evans with the AP. On the question of playing or not, I just wanted to ask specifically about Dak. He's had a great year, 15 games, close to a full season. Any part of you that says he's had a good year, shut it down, keep him healthy or not?
Yeah, again, that's definitely an option, but we want to finish strong. We want to build on the momentum. Dak's playing great. You saw what we decided to do yesterday when the game got out of hand. We're not going to be cavalier with this thing. We play a physical game. Everybody understands that, But, these guys, when they go out, they don't think that way. They play. That's what they've been taught to do since they were 5 years old. You just go and you play. And, again, I'm not asking their opinion. We're playing to win. But I guarantee you if I took a poll of guys in that locker room that wanted to play, every hand would shoot up for all the reasons that I've said. They love one another. They know we're building something special here. And quite honestly, we'd love to not have a losing record and to potentially go 5-1 in the division.
And on Quinnen, it sounds to me from what you said earlier that he's trending to play, but it's kind of a similar question with him with the neck, and maybe you're not really sure. 2 games left, but you're comfortable with him getting out there.
Yeah, if he feels healthy to go, yeah, absolutely. We certainly want him to play, and he's an impact.
Y'all get ready. These next 2 games are going to be very tough for the Cowboys. Even though the Washington Commanders have problems on offense, the Washington Commanders defense can play. They can play. I'm telling you they can play, and I got a feeling that Dan Quinn is coming to play. Dan Quinn is coming to play. The New York Giants game is going to be equally as tough. They're coming to play too. Both of those games on the road. Man, I'm telling you. Y'all tell me how y'all feel. How do y'all feel about the Cowboys losing those last 2 games? Some of y'all, I know how you feel. Some of y'all just want draft capital, so y'all don't care. Boy, Ice Cold Cowboy got me rolling up in here. Ice Cold Cowboy said, how's that ping pong tournament going? KH, I didn't even realize we didn't have a 2nd round pick. I forgot though. That was Quinnen Williams, wasn't it? Quinnen Williams was a 2nd round. We gave away the 2nd round pick for Quinnen, didn't we? I forgot about that. We still got 8 draft picks. If I were the Cowboys, man, I would try to trade a 2nd round pick. I would try to trade a 1st round and maybe get me 2 number 2s, or maybe I would trade back, keep my number 1, but maybe I get me an additional 2. If I'm the Cowboys, I would try to parlay one of those draft picks into an additional draft pick to get that 2nd round. Man, I'm sorry, boy. I'm reading these. Read these comments, they got me laughing. Locky D said they gonna lose, G. Boy, you better not lose. But I'm telling you, though, the Commanders are coming to play. The Commanders are coming to play. Rombowski said, finish strong, competitive mindset, play to win, equal shoddy, weekly talk about it. Exactly, man. Man, at some point, this stuff just falls on deaf ears, man. Yeah, I heard someone talking about the compensatory thing. Yeah, we get compensatory picks. Yeah, Locky D, we have the same talk every press conference. It's not translating. That's my whole point. It's not translating. We say the right things. We don't do the right things.
Back player, and you feel the effects of not having a guy like that. And there's only so many in this league of guys like that can take over a game at that position.
Yeah.
Ed Werder, WFAA. You guys have been a top 5 scoring offense all year long. In this 3-game losing streak, you're like 4 for 11 touchdowns in the red zone. Other than the penalty on CD and the penalty on Tyler, is there any commonality to whatever issues you're having down there?
No, Ed. I mean, I wish it was, because then I could solve it a lot easier. Not really. Again, the big thing I would say about the red zone is you need to get into, when you have third downs, you need to get into third down and really 4 or less. When you get into third and longs, like you were talking about, it's hard, because I know yesterday they were trying to play really, really soft and make us check the ball down underneath and rally and tackle. But it's a lot of different things, and it's just ultimately we have to execute better. I have to call better plays, and we have to execute better. And one of the reasons why we're one of those highest scoring teams in the league is we've been good down there for most of the year. And, I hope and believe that that'll be the case in these last 2 games.
Garrett.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Hey, Brian, after watching the film, what did you see of Trayvon Diggs in his first game back in a few weeks?
Yeah, I thought it was great for him to fly around. And, again, I think, I talked a little bit about the joy and how much fun he had, and I saw him throw his body around there on some tackles. He wasn't perfect. None of us were perfect, but I thought it was a good first step. And, I know that, as a whole, we just gave up too many explosives, and that's on the entire team. And but I thought it looked like he was having a good time.
What's it like?
Well, guys, you got to understand something, even on Diggs. Some of you are actually answering the question on Diggs. Y'all tell me. Let's just be honest about Diggs. Just bar none honest about Diggs. There's nothing left to play for this year. What would you think Diggs' motivation would be to be on the field right now? What do you think his motivation would be? Notice that he said he was throwing his body around. Y'all said he was tackling well. Why do y'all think that is? I need to get me some Jeopardy music. We'll have that next season. Why do y'all think that is? Because I got an answer for you. Yeah, I mean, it's a very simple answer. We have a very simple answer of why Trayvon Diggs would be doing things that we know he hasn't done consistently his whole career. It's very simple. I'm gonna let y'all ponder that question, and let's listen to some more Shotty.
Game planning this week for Washington when there's a chance, maybe their third string quarterback, maybe it's Josh Johnson coming out there for them.
If Josh Johnson is the quarterback for the Commanders, I'm firing the entire Cowboys. I'm firing the entire Cowboys defense. If Josh Johnson beats the Cowboys, this dude came out there. Ain't no way, man. I'm telling y'all now, I'm not putting up. Boy, I'm telling y'all now, I'm not putting up with Josh Johnson beating the Cowboys. I'm telling y'all. I'm not putting up with it.
Well, they'll put the ball down, and he's still going to have Deebo Samuel and Terry McLaurin, and this young runner is very impressive. So, short weeks, Garrett, usually you do what you do. That's what we're going to do. That's what they're going to do, because you can't, make up too much. I mean, again, we'll probably get, I'll tell you exactly, we'll get 6 full-speed reps all week, and then you're teeing up to go play the game. So, this is one of those games where it comes down to really not fooling anybody scheme-wise. It's really, truly about execution. And that's where we have to, take a big step, to be able to go out there and play well.
Blake Elliott, 105.
I'm telling y'all right now. Boy, I'm telling y'all right now. Cowboys get beat by the Washington Commanders with Josh Johnson at the quarterback position. What? Boy. How do you build on Josh Johnson beating you? Anybody see Josh Johnson last week? Nah, bro. You don't build your team on Josh Johnson beating you. That is the letdown of letdowns for Josh Johnson to beat you, bro. Man. Brian, you better not be trying to set up a loss for boy, you better not be trying to set up a loss to Josh Johnson. I can't, man. Okay, let me read some of these comments, y'all. Y'all got some good comments here. I want to read some of them here. Let me kind of start. Man, Derek Williams, boy, you got me rolling in here, man. Let me kind of start right about here. This is kind of where I want to start. Let me see. I'm going to pick up from where Lock and D I read earlier. Lock and D said we have the same talk every press conference. So Josh says spend money on defense. I agree. Nick Burston said we need more tough guys. Ain't nobody winning these bookworms. Nick Burston said ain't nobody winning with these Nick Burston said ain't nobody winning with these bookworms. Oh, boy, you got. Okay, so Quasi. No, great point. You're using Jerry's talking point next year. This is going to be Jerry's talking point next year around draft time. Jerry's going to say that Quentin Williams was our second-round draft pick. George Pickens was our third-round draft pick. Quasi Blake, I have no problem with that because you're right. You were not going to find better players than those in the next 3 drafts, I believe. Quentin Williams is elite. George Pickens is elite. The Cowboys and the Cowboy fans are blessed to have them. Poobie D, I agree with you. If it was me, I'm not letting Quentin Williams play. Man, I'm not letting Quentin Williams get on the field, nor am I even letting Demo. I don't care what protocols either one of those players pass. They're not playing this week. Mr. 72 JaVale said 2 more weeks of shoddy press. 2 more weeks of shoddy pressers. Hey, but let me tell you something, 72 JaVale. They're actually getting interesting to me now. They're getting interesting to me now because we're hearing how he's changing his tune. And how they've been saying the right things are not adding up. Nick Burson said you got to have more Michael Irvin kind of players. I agree with you. Let me go a little bit further here. Yeah, Josh, I agree with you. We can draft someone to protect Dak, but spend the money on the defense. I agree with you. Josh, I think the answer is already on the team. The Cowboys just are stubborn and they don't want to do it because they want to prove they were right on Guyton. Bro, I'm not worried about being right on Guyton. Kick that man out the right tackle, and I'm telling you, Guyton will be great. Guyton will be great at the right tackle position. People do not understand how hard it is to play left tackle. I'm not telling you I've ever played it. I just know how hard it is to play. Man, that's a hard position to play, man. Everybody can't play left tackle. They can't. You can want people to play left tackle, but not everybody can play him. No. Leave Ty Smith out there. Put Brock Hoffman at the left guard position, bro, and kick that man out the right tackle, and you'll be great. You'll be great, man. No doubt about it. All right, let me read a couple of boy here. Boy. Oh, yeah, Ice Cold, I agree with you. We need a Mystery Island type corner. I agree with you. Poobie D, I would trade back because it would get you an extra draft pick. Poobie said don't need to trade back to get the best defensive players available. Reason why I would trade back is I want a running back. I want the Cowboys to get a top flight running back. They need a prolific running back. And I'm telling you, if that dude from Notre Dame is there, I don't care what they get him. Get that dude, man. Nick Burston, wouldn't be surprised. But I'll tell you what people are calling Nick Burston. A lot of people are saying that Diggs is going to be in Green Bay. Shoot, ice cold, boy, I'm telling you, I'm going to go off if they lose against the Commanders. Mr. Moonglaze said, what? Man, don't do this to me, man. If Josh Johnson, if Mariota is the quarterback, I can understand it. But Josh Johnson, ain't no way. Man, we better leave out this game. If Josh Johnson is the starter, Josh Johnson, man, we better have at least 2 picks. Man, we better even have a pick 6 in this game. Diggs better have a pick 6 against Josh Johnson, bro. Big Rambowski said, whether Pickens resigns or not, I'd bet good money that now in 26, Jerry decides to go wide receiver with that first round pick. Boy, he bet not. Boy, he better not. Yeah, Chris Dunaway, he said he's tired of hearing the same line. Big Boss Dog said he got the same feelings I got to have and that I'm having. Lockett D said he's not going to be surprised. Boy, Derek Williams said don't be surprised. Boy, I'm going to choose not to put that in my mind. Derrick Rose, this bet not happen, bro. Derrick Rose said the Cowboys will make Josh Johnson look like Tom Brady. Boy, they better not, boy. Boy, they better not. Poobie D, if you hadn't already hit me for a whole tracksuit, I'd be getting you something else. Poobie D, there it is. Bottom line, Poobie D, there it is. Diggs is playing for that next contract. That's what you're watching with Diggs. Diggs is playing for that next contract. He's putting the tape out there for the contract. If that's what he wants to do, I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Samuel Johnson said the same thing. Diggs is doing it for another contract with another team, period, G. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. Ms. Moog said if they lose to him, I'll have to question the legitimacy. Ms. Moog said if they lose to him, I'll have to question the legitimacy of football. Boy, you not playing, boy. I can't do it, man. I can't. I can't. I'm not going to be able to handle it if they lose to Josh Johnson. Man, I can handle losing to Mariota. I can't handle losing to Josh Johnson. Bro, this dude literally threw the game away against the Washington Commanders. There ain't no way, man. There ain't no way. Rod Hanna said, the way we playing, I'm not going to be surprised how many quarterbacks look better than they are. Rod Hanna, if they let Josh Johnson look good, I'm going to have some serious problems when y'all see me after that game, man. Nick Burston, I think Dak is playing in these games because he wants to. Dak wants to play in these games. Dak said after missing last season, man, let me tell you, Dak is seeing mortality, man. Nick Burston, Dak Prescott is seeing mortality. Dak Prescott is realizing something, man. A lot of quarterbacks, 10 years in, man, they don't get these opportunities. Dak said, I don't want to miss not a one. Dak's playing. He won't play the whole game. Don't worry. He won't play the whole game. Dak Prescott will probably be sitting somewhere around mid-third quarter, I believe. They're not going to try to get in no shootout with the Commanders. Because I'm telling you now, the Cowboys are going to play a dangerous game with the Commanders. Because I'm telling y'all now, the Commanders are going to get some hits in on Dak Prescott. Them boys can play, man. They can play. Shoot, Poobie D, you preaching to the choir. You already know it. Say it again, Poobie D. I would have rather seen Mafia and Blue this last game. Man, I would let Javonte Williams, man, play that dude a quarter and put Mafia and Phil Mafia and Jaden Blue out there. I don't understand why the Cowboys are doing this stuff, man. Doesn't even make sense to me. You can try to sell me on Kenneth Murray Jr. and then you're going to try to trash Jaden Blue. I'm not buying it, bro. I'm not buying it. Ice Cold said, we're not losing even if we have Milton play the whole game. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Because I'm telling you now, boy, I'm going to have a Christian crash out. They play Josh Johnson. That joker come here and beat us, boy. I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to have a problem, boy. Whoo, man. Blue Star said Cooper Rush did lose to Kenny Pickett. Blue Star. Josh Johnson, though? Woo! Boy, to lose to Josh Johnson, man, man, Matt Eberflus don't even make the plane ride home. They lose to them, bro.
And Brian, now that you're mathematically eliminated, what do you want to see as a first-year head coach, kind of the mentality of your players, not just in the game, but in practice, in the locker room, in the weight room, and whatnot?
Yeah, I think it's all about the culture. That it's all about winning. And it can be crazy to say that. I get it.
GP here to stay, BK.
We've got 2 more opportunities left. I want to keep seeing these guys play with the physicality that they played with yesterday and the passion and the love for one another. I think that's important. But at the end of the day, we got to find ways to win games. And like I said earlier to Todd's question, we're building something here. And I think it's going to be really special. And we're a long ways away. But I do think that these next 2 games can help build a lot of momentum for the future.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio, 105.3 The Fan. Brian, one last question about the domino effect of a short work week. How does that affect the ramp up for Maffa and Josh Butler?
Yeah, again, it's one of the problems because you really don't run around much. They'll get
ramp up. What? Ramp up? Man, this dude, Josh Butler, said he'd been ready for 6 weeks. Man, forget the ramp up. Throw that dude out there and let him go. Phil Maffa, bro, I don't want to hear this nonsense. Ramp up? Bro, stop it. You got 2 games left. Put that dude out there and let him go. Stop it.
Like Phil, for example, will probably get quite a bit on the 6 plays we get full speed of scout team, but it's hard. And we kind of knew that's why we made sure we started last week. But it does make it more difficult.
Forget this. Phil Maffa has played football his entire life, man. He's a running back. We're not talking about the one position that translates to the NFL better than any position I've ever seen. It's running back. It's what they've done their entire life. They run the ball. Running backs have instinct. This dude knows who to run over, who to dodge. He knows when to accelerate. Stop it. This is nonsense. The last 2 games of the season. I don't give a doggone about no ramp up.
But is there still a chance?
Yeah, there's a chance. Yeah, there's always a chance, but it does make it harder because you don't see them really do anything that makes them earn the spot to come up and play.
Clarence. Kenneth Murray, you traded for him, former first-round pick. Why things haven't worked out with him at linebacker?
Well, again, I think that's a broad statement. I think you talk about a guy.
Now watch this. Watch this. Jaden Blue must be not terrible. He must be terrible. Jaden Blue must be terrible. We have watched Kenneth Murray week after week after week after week. And we're still wondering why he's on the field. Jaden Blue can't even work his way on the field. Make it make sense. One of the biggest defenders of Kenneth Murray Jr. has not been Matt Eberflus. One of the biggest defenders of Kenneth Murray Jr. has been Brian Schottenheimer.
That came here to play Will linebacker, and then he gets moved to Mike linebacker, and he's been a Will his whole life, and he practiced at Will basically all training camp, all spring. We cross-trained him some, but certainly not enough when you look back on it. I think at the end of the day, I love his play style. I love the physicality that he plays. The big thing on K9 from the beginning was getting him more comfortable with his eyes. And, he takes a lot of stuff out there in social media and things like that. But I'd put this guy's play style and how hard he plays against anybody. And, again, I would never, ever point the finger at any one person. At the end of the day,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Y'all see the problem? Tell me anything you want to. This man not only defended Kenneth Murray Jr., he gave him every excuse to fail. He's a wheel. We gave him the mic. So why didn't you put him back at the wheel? Who fault is that? Who fault is that? You bring in Logan Wilson. Let me show you where you lose credibility. You brought in Logan Wilson, and rather than moving him back to the wheel and maybe going in and out with Demo, you put him in the Mike linebacker with Logan Wilson on the sideline, who we know has a better mind as far as reading reaction goes. But wait. This is the insult to injury, and this is the insult to all of our intelligence. You will put Kenneth Murray Jr. against anybody. I'm no longer blaming Jerry. I'm no longer blaming Jerry Jones for this. I'm no longer blaming Jerry. No, not Jerry. I'm not blaming Jerry Jones for this. This man is talking about Kenneth Murray Jr. Said he'll put him up against anybody. What? Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way this man can be serious. Ain't no way this man can be serious. Ain't no way. There are just some things you don't say. Bro, if you wanted to say the whole thing about the mic versus the wheel, bro, I could, hey, that's football talk, right? Hey, I'll give you. You will put this man's playing style, physicality against any, which one? Who? I'm telling y'all right now, every NFL linebacker in the league ought to be on the phone right now calling this man. Excuse me, Mr. Schottenheimer. You know I got respect for you, but can you tell me, am I included in one of those linebackers? Because you said anybody. I can't make no sense of this. I can't make no sense of this. I can't make no sense of this. He plays better at the wheel, but you don't play him at the wheel. But you're going to play him, you're saying, at where he doesn't play well. And then when you get the Mike linebacker that's better than him, you still play him over the Mike linebacker and don't put him in alternating with this is insane to me. This is insane to me. Boy, you want to talk about lose credibility. Golly. Gene Moss, appreciate that super chat. Gene, you can be the first to say it. Gene said, G, can I just go ahead and be the first to say, Shotty is an idiot. Bro, I can't argue with you on that statement. Jerry sold us tickets to Barnum and Bailey Circus, and we all brought front row seats. Gene! Gene, come on, man, Gene. I can't make sense of this. I'm lost. 72 says, I told you the coaches suck, man. Ice Cold, I can't, mate. Man, I can't, bro. I can't do this kind of math. Ice Cold, I can't do this kind of math, man. I can't do this kind of talk. I can't do this kind of math. Like a D. Man, I got to hear Jerry say this because I ain't even heard Jerry say this, man. Byron Joe DeVee, appreciate that super chat. Byron Joe DeVee said even corporate media has caught on to the lies. Sad. Bro! Crypto! They didn't even play him at his position. Bro! This makes no sense. This makes no sense, man. I don't understand it. KH said put K9 up against himself and he would still miss the tackle. Bro! '72 said Jerry wouldn't have got Wilson. Jerry could see Murray's play. Why get Wilson? Bro, Jerry said we were going to see Wilson. Oh, gosh. Sherm, stop trolling. I see you in here. What's going on? Yeah, y'all got us. Dominique said that jive turkey done lost his marble. Man. Rombowski, hey, he said all this talk from Shotty is going to come back and haunt him next season. Should this team get off to a 0-3 start, fans will rightly be calling for his job and be done with him. Woo! Boy, you ain't said nothing but a word. Cedric, why would he say this? There's no way I believe Jerry is making this man say this. Cedric said, I'm starting to think that Shotty is a blind man leading the blind. That doesn't sound like a leader of men. Total dishonesty, man. Terry said, I'm just tuning in. He said, I see Shotty still talking the same stuff he's been talking all season. Yeah, man. David Duvall, man, they done gave up on. I'm going to tell you this, David. I don't think the Cowboys have. I think Matt Eberflus has. I think that Brian Schottenheimer has. The Cowboys haven't given up on him. And for me, he loses credibility with these type of statements. Bro, you lose credibility with this. Shoot, Freddie, you ain't lying. Freddie said Blue must have did something to get in Shotty's doghouse. I think what he did to get in Shotty's doghouse is not to be the kind of running back he wants him to be. Derek says Shotty don't even look comfortable sitting there. He said, I've been saying Shotty is not our man. Gosh! Boy. Man, I told you I'm rolling with him till the wheels fall off. I can tell you this. Luck notes and a hubcap popped off just then. Shoot, Derek Rose said. He said Johnny needs to be drug tested for that statement about Kenneth Murray. I can't believe what I'm hearing, bro. I can't believe it either, man. I can't believe it, bro. Bernard said Jerry said he emptied lockers personally. Man, let me tell you something. Boy, after hearing that statement, it wouldn't shock me now if Josh Johnson beat us. Katharina, Brian Schottenheimer just said that he would put Kenneth Murray's. Let me let you hear what he said. This is insanity to me.
Thing on K9 from the beginning, and then he gets moved to Mike linebacker.
Clarence. Kenneth Murray, you traded for him, former first-round pick. Why things haven't worked out with him at linebacker?
Well, again, I mean, I think that's a broad statement. I think you talk about a guy that came here to play will linebacker, and then he gets moved to Mike linebacker, and he's been a will his whole life, and he practiced at will basically all training camp, all spring. We cross-trained him some, but certainly not enough when you look back on it. I think at the end of the day, I love his play style. I love the physicality that he plays. The big thing on K9 from the beginning was getting him more comfortable with his eyes, and he takes a lot of stuff out there in social media and things like that. But I'd put this guy's play style and how hard he.
Now wait a minute. He just let us know that he know the whole world is talking bad about Kenneth Murray. He just told us. He know the whole world is saying, I know that there's things out there about him on social media. He knows what everybody's saying. And then he comes back and makes the most unnecessary statement ever.
Plays against anybody. And again, I would never, ever point the finger at any one person. At the end of the day, this team and our record starts with me, and I own that. But I love the way K9 plays the game. Does he play perfect? Nope. But I haven't called the perfect game yet in my career. I'm trying. Hopefully it's Thursday.
How do you balance that?
Oh, my gosh. Wow. That's all I can tell you on this, man. Ridiculous. That's all I can tell you. Man, let me read a couple of these comments. Bernard said, he said, gee, we on the axles. he said, we on the axles. Ice cold. He said, Shiny think we fell off the steak wagon. Boy, KH said, pick up your wheels. Boy, I'm with you, Bizzle. Bizzle said, man, I can't either, boy. Boy, Katharina said, oh, heck no, Murray needs to go with Eberflus, G. Hey, Katharina, after that comment, I'm questioning Brian Schottenheimer now. Whoa. Oh, my gosh. Big Rub Bowser said if the head coach is this delusional, then I can't wait for the owner to announce that he just signed Reggie White. Boy, this is crazy to me, man. This is crazy talk. Brian didn't have to say this, man. Brian didn't have to say this, man. Come on, man. Cedric said this guy's been in the NFL over 25 years as an OC, and now he finally gets a chance to be a head coach. He had no other organization waiting on him as a head coach. Average. Cedric, after this comment, I'm worried, man. I'm worried. BK said, gee, does not seem as though Shotty is ready for Thursday game. Bro. Oh, my gosh. This has to be one of the most ludicrous statements. Big Moss Dog said, I changed my mind, man. Lockett D says, same talk every week. This is great. This is crazy talk. Oh, my. Jeremy, yeah, I remember him talking about this. Jeremy said Zimmer did another thing too, G. He reverted back to doing some of the Dan Quinn scheme stuff with his own because guys couldn't adjust and pick up his scheme. Yeah, I remember that. Katharina Kiss. Oh my gosh, is right, G. Katharina, I don't know what to say about this. I just don't know what to say about this. Man, mate, he said G cancel that Super Bowl run next season. Derrick Rose said after hearing that comment from Shotty, I need therapy. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe this. Wow. Terry Tatum, you ain't lying, boy. He making it hard after making a comment like that, bro. Tatum said, I'm trying to roll with Shotty too, but he's making it hard, G. Boy, that's crazy. Wow. BK Cowboys fan said Mr. G is Schottenheimer running for a political spot because he stinks as a first-year coach. This is crazy. Whoa. Man, KH, bro, I'm worried that you're not worried. Nah, I'm worried, bro. Oh. That's crazy talk. Rena Zaguini, what's going on?
A 4,000-yard passer, 1,000-yard receivers, 1,000-yard rusher, and basically out of the playoffs 3 games to go this season. I mean, how do you?
Wow, Clarence Hill coming back just dropping bombs. Because Clarence Hill is saying the same. Clarence Hill is saying the same thing I said from the beginning. Bro, you have all the weapons on offense. It's crazy.
Just say as a football team, you didn't win enough games. And, you know, the consistency that we talked about, you know, early in the season, you know.
Jaden, I can't even give him the playing hard part.
It's crazy, right? Like, you know, we win 3 games, and then now we've lost 3 games. And I talked to the guys today about it. I said, look, you know, if we're about our identity, trust, you know, work ethic, passion, humility, connection, all that stuff, it's easy to do that, you know, when you're winning. And you win 3 games in a row, and everybody's writing about how great we are and all that stuff. But my challenge to them is, can we do it when we've lost 3 games in a row, when we've still got 2 games to play? I know the answer to the question. I know how those guys are going to respond. But I do think that that's part of the evaluation that will go on.
So let me help you out with Brian Schottenheimer. I still say Brian Schottenheimer sometimes doesn't understand he's talking to grown men. I'm evaluating no one. I'm just telling y'all where I am. I'm evaluating no one on these last 3 games. Nobody. I'm evaluating nobody. There's nothing to play for. I don't want to see how you play when your job's on the line. I want to know how you play when the playoffs are on the line. How you play when the playoffs are on the line is how you're going to play, because the playoffs are always on the line until they are not on the line. I don't care how a player plays when there's nothing on the line. No, I'm not evaluating. I've already got my evaluation on George Pickens. I saw what George Pickens was when the money was on the line. I saw Brian Schottenheimer make no adjustments when the money was on the line. I saw Matt Eberflus coaching when the money was on the line. I don't care what none of them do. I'm not judging any of these players based on the last 3 games of the season. I'm judging these players based on the previous 2 games when there was something to play for against the Detroit Lions on the road, and when there is no excuse to lose to the I don't like to use the word trash, but I'm telling you, the Minnesota Vikings, they're terrible. I'm not listening to no evaluations on the last 3 games. This crazy talk. I'm not letting you put me on the line for these games. How in the world are you coming up to players talking about, yeah, we're going to see how they perform the last 3? Stop it. Man, I've already packed my bags up, bro. What you talking about? I've already packed my bags up. I'm just waiting on these last 2 games to be over. A lot of these players, whether we want to accept it or not, they've done this. They packed their bags up. And some of the reason why they packed their bags up is that some of these people have already come to the conclusion that this man does a lot of talking and things don't happen the way he says. Man, this is crazy, bro. I'm going to play because I play. But what I'm not going to let you do is try to hold these last 3 games over my head. Bro, this is crazy work to me. It's crazy work. Talking about you evaluating somebody when there's nothing on the line. This is why, man, I don't care. Man, I'm going to tell y'all right now, and I love Trayvon Diggs. Contrary to what some may think, I love Trayvon Diggs. I want the best with Trayvon Diggs. Man, I don't care if Trayvon Diggs comes in here the last 3 games and gets 7 pick sixes and gets 19 tackles and a partridge in a pear tree. There's nothing on the line. Playing teams that they've already packed it up. They've been out of the playoffs. Their only ambition is to beat us because of who we are, not because there's something on the line. Man, get out of here with that mess. Talking about the last 2 weeks. Now you already see what your team is. Talking about the last 2 games. You're going to see what your team is. That's stupid talk. You've had 15 games to see what your team is, and now you're going to boil it down to 2. We've also seen what you are 15 games. And I'm not boiling you down to 2. This is crazy work, man. It's a doggone crazy talk. Man, you walked into a locker room trying to challenge grown men when there's nothing on the line. Y'all failed this team 2 weeks in a row. Bad coaching. You didn't score a point in the second half. You didn't score a touchdown in the second half against the Detroit Lions. Against the Minnesota Vikings. I'm sorry, not Detroit. But the Minnesota Vikings, bro. You don't score a doggone touchdown in the second half and don't score a touchdown in the second half against the Chargers, and now you want to come start talking to me, talking about, yeah, we evaluating y'all. What about your evaluation? Because you've been out-coached. Week after week after week, you've been out-coached. It's crazy talk to me, boy. You couldn't be talking to me like this. I mean, I'm listening, but I'm telling you now, shoot, bro, I done tuned you out. I'm going to go out here and do what I do. I'm going to play good. I'm going to play hard because that's what I do. But as far as your speeches, bro, your speeches aren't moving me no more. Not this season. You're going to have to go back and revamp them things, and let's hear some new ones next year. Because these are the ones that you've been doing so far. Now listen to this. It's crazy talk, man. Shoot. Queen said we lose these last 2 games. And Jerry will ask Shotty and Flus. Queen. I don't think he's going to ask Shotty, but I do think he's going to ask Flus. But I'll tell you this, Queen. Jerry has actually seen everything he needs to see. Jerry has actually seen everything he needs to see. The only thing that Jerry's going to do next year is see if he was wrong about what he's seen. Because Shotty has been a disappointment in some areas. And so now he's just going to give him some more players next year and see what he does. It's crazy. But Queen, it would be crazy if he did. Blocker D said he know Murray is trash. He just refused to say he's good for some reason. Blocker D, man. But it just goes to show you, bro, how crazy what he said is. Bro, he could have just said, man, you know what? I'm not going to put that out there about Kenneth Murray Jr. You know, there's some other circumstances that goes into that too. I think Kenneth Murray is a good player. Left it at that. But this dude had to let us know. He knows social media is clowning him because he sees the videos that people are putting out there on Kenneth Murray Jr. He sees it. Bro, and then to come back and say he'll put him up against anybody, man, bro, that is so disingenuous. So disingenuous, Lock and D. Catherine Rita Kiss, she said, G. Eberflus is going to try to keep his job. Watch Eberflus have 2 perfect games. Hey, Catherine, you already know where I am. He can't have a good enough game. Not where I see it. I don't care if they hold these 2 teams to 0 points, 10 sacks, 12 interceptions, and a partridge in a pear tree. Matt Eberflus can no longer be my defensive coordinator. And I'm putting Brian Schottenheimer on notice too. Not that I'm going to fire him after this season, but I'm telling him next season, there will be no sophomore. There'll be no he's a sophomore coach. Man, I'm 83 years old. That's my conversation with Jerry. I'm 83 years old, bro. I don't know how many days I got left, but I know this. I want to see a Super Bowl. And I got the players to do it. And if you can't do it, I got to get somebody that can. Sir knows G is in, he says Shotty's in concussion protocol. Damn. 72 Chevelle, you know who showed us we were weak in OTA? Well, It was it OTAs? It was the Chargers. It was the Chargers. The Chargers came in and showed us, guys, we're not ready. But I would have thought we would have been man-made, I'm with you. Man-made. But I tell you this, Ben Johnson, to me, throws that rookie card out the trash. It throws his rookie coach excuse in the trash already. This dude, 25 years in the game, man. And he got players. Let me tell you something. What excuse will he have next year? Okay, you give him the best DC out there. You go out there and get him all the best players. What are we going to say? It's this DC, it's 4 DCs in 4 years? Don't have the system down? What are we going to say? Because he's already got another built-in excuse. He's got another built-in excuse whether we accept it or not. He has another built-in excuse. It'll be 4 defensive coordinators in 4 years. We'll have people blaming all kinds of stuff. I'm telling you, he's got another built-in excuse. Man, that's crazy, man. Sammy said, I knew we had the wrong coach when he wore that sun first. Oh. Oh, man. Olik, I'm sorry, bro. It is what it is, man. Shotty saying some crazy stuff, man. That's crazy talking about K9, man. Rumbowski said Shotty was a fire name in 09. He was. Yeah, with the New York Jets, and then in 18 with Seattle as far as the head coaches candidates, and suddenly he vanished twice. Now we might be starting to see why that was. Man, only benefit of the doubt I'm going to give Shotty is Shotty knows how people have been talking about Kenneth Murray and just wanted to not talk bad about him too. But bro, you don't have to say that type of stuff. You lose credibility when you make statements like that, man. Terry Rose said, you might want to counsel Shotty as a guest speaker at the church, bro. He said, you lose your congregation. Man, shoot. Boy, Shotty got to stop this stuff, man.
As well as we play these last 2 games. Everything's getting evaluated, you know?
Just speaking of that, you want to build momentum the last 2 games, but you had one.
Bro, I cannot get with this sentiment of evaluating players based on the last 2 games when you had 2 games that really mattered and you saw everything you need to see. It is shameful for this organization to be coming down to the last 2 games talking about everything is on evaluation. Because if it is, does that include him? Because Queen makes a good point. Because if we're going by what he's saying, well, what if he loses the last 2 games? What if they come out and get embarrassed by both of these teams? Does that mean Brian Schottenheimer's fired too? Man, come on. This is stupid. This is stupid, man. It is. Stupid. Michael Winston said Brian just checked out mentally on comment about Kenneth Murray. You ain't lying. Shouldn't even be calling him K9. Who we call K9, who can't bite nothing on the field most of the time. Murray looking like a dog running around the field scared. Man, I agree. Queen said my wheels are in the ditch, G. Man, golly, boy. Yeah. Man, this is so disingenuous. Man, the only thing we need to be saying is let's try to finish the season on a high note. Because you've actually seen everything you need to see. When the money was on the table, y'all didn't do it. Y'all didn't do it. When the money was on the table, you didn't do it. Only thing you're doing right now is creating an atmosphere of players playing for themselves. You didn't do it. Bohan Yankovic, he said, gee, I don't know about that Super Bowl next year. It's too many holes. I think we're going to get it. I think Jerry's going to get them some players that they're not going to be able to do anything but do it. But this is tough, man. I'm going to tell y'all right now, it's tough. It's wild. The wheels are wobbling, man. Shotty, Jaden said Shotty has done some good things. it helps to have 4 on your roster. There it is right there. That's it. That's it, Jaden. You just said it in a nutshell. I said this a couple of days ago. The most consistent thing on this team this season has been Dak Prescott. He's been the most consistent thing they've had. Dak's been the most consistent. Everything else has been so up and down, wishy-washy. It's when the offense is working, the defense ain't working. When the defense is working, the offense ain't working. When CD is working, Pickens wasn't working. When Pickens was working, CD wasn't working. I mean, the run game, the passing game, the run game. It's like this team never could get everything get everything right at the same time. And again, if you go back and look at this season, I disagree with Brian. The great things that they've actually had has been individual performances by these players. But as it applies to some of the things they've done collectively, there's not a lot of great things to look at. It's facts.
3 games, you got yourself back in the playoff race based on culture, and then you lose 3 straight.
Tell him, Clarence Hill.
The culture there.
Yeah. Well, it says we're not playing good enough football.
Tell him, Clarence. Shoot. There it is. Bro, don't talk to me about the last 2 games. You've had 15. In particular, 2. Man, let me just help us to wrap our head around this. It's one thing when it's the Detroit Lions that your playoff hopes depend upon. But when it's the Minnesota Vikings, what? You telling me that you couldn't against the Minnesota Vikings with J.J. McCarthy? I'm telling y'all, I got a different type of fire when I see my team. Man, I'm throwing all this old chum stuff. I'm throwing this crap in the trash. I'm telling my team, we're not losing to J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings. Same fire I would have had against the Carolina Panthers. I don't care what we do today, team. Rico Dowdle bet not get 50 yards. I don't care if it's 4th and a centimeter and they hand that ball to Rico Dowdle. I don't care if they fake it to Rico Dowdle and score. He bet not score. I won't even on play fakes everybody tackle Rico Dowdle. I want y'all to know how crucial it is today. Same thing against the Minnesota Vikings. Nah. Somebody getting fired if we lose to the Minnesota Vikings. I'm telling somebody. Now, somebody getting fired if we lose to the Minnesota Vikings with J.J. McCarthy. That's all the test you needed, bro. Including yourself. Don't come trying to give us these speeches now. No, let's finish on the high note, guys. Let's go out here and try to get these wins. But let's stop all the guilt trip stuff. It's crazy.
Football, and saying I'm not coaching good enough football. I don't think it's got anything to do with the culture. The fact these guys are still playing hard, the fact that these guys are still going out there and practicing the way that they are. If you didn't have culture, I'd be more concerned. But the fact that we have such a strong culture is why you've got guys like, Dak and Tyler Smith. And
so Brian keeps saying they have a strong culture. So this is where I'm starting to tell us again. What's the proof? What's the proof? What's the proof of a strong culture? What's the proof? Because if you're telling me players putting on their uniforms, going out there and playing on Sunday or Thursday or Monday is the proof that the culture is strong, I'm going to tell you you're wrong. Because at the end of the day, something Freddie Morales talks about, and this is where I agree with Freddie Morales here. These are professional football players, bro. These are professional football players. These guys are going to go out there and play no matter what. If you tell them to go play, they're going to play. And players who play well, they don't turn that off. It's hard for a player that plays well to turn that off. If I throw the ball well, I just throw the doggone ball well, man. That just is what it is. If I catch the ball well, man, I just catch the ball. I mean, it is what it is. I catch the ball well. If I run it well, I run it well. If I block well, I block well. Bro, I do those things because that's what I do. Because I've been doing this my whole life. That's not a signal that your culture is strong. The signal that your culture is truly strong is when your culture says, hey, man, we lost to the Detroit Lions. We lost a great opportunity, but we still have one with the Minnesota Vikings. Man, let's go out here and get this doggone game. Let's go out here and get this game. Your culture is strong when your players are holding each other accountable and saying, guys, we're not losing this game at the crib today. We at home, we're not losing this game. Man, we're going to leave it all out there on the field. They're not beating us. Your culture is strong that when J.J. McCarthy does the gritty, shoo, I'll tell you this, somebody on my team coming up to him and saying, okay, you going to do the gritty here? All right, we're going to show you better than we can tell you. Come on, man. These last two games are not a sign of whether or not your culture is strong. The last two games showed us what your culture is. The last three games showed us what the culture is. Especially the two with the money on the table. That's where your culture rises to the occasion. Michael Irvin has even talked about this. Your culture rises to the occasion, bro. Your culture says, our will over everything. Our will over everything. Your culture is not just a brotherhood, Brian. It's not just guys after losses singing Kumbaya. Guys after the losses, they're singing the scripts. They're reading the same script. Yeah, we didn't execute today. We didn't play well as a team. We got outplayed. We didn't execute. We got outcoached. We lost as a team. No, bro, that's not your culture. That is your culture in actuality. That's not your culture being strong. That's your culture falling into a state of contentment. Even Brian is talking like somebody that has no consequences. Clarence Hill just called him to the carpet. You talking about your culture in these last 2 or 3 games, but when the money was on the table, what about your culture then? That's basically what Clarence Hill said. I don't want to hear nothing about your culture, bro. I don't want to hear nothing about it. Show me. Show me. Your culture is not just about handling losses. Your culture has to be about winning. That's what your culture has to be about. And don't talk to me when it's the nothing to play for Commanders and the nothing to play for Giants and the nothing to play for Cowboys. Don't talk to me about your culture. I don't want to hear that talk. It's crazy talk to me. That's why if I'm sitting here listening to him even in the locker room, man, this is falling on deaf ears, bro. I'm literally sitting here like, man, this is a dang gone joke. This is a joke. I'm sitting there. This is a joke if I'm sitting there. No, you come on. You got to stop talking this stuff. Man, cue the violins, man. Cue the violin. Bring out the wine and the cheese. It's the same answers over and over and over. And you know why he's got to give the same answers? He's not getting the results.
JD, talking the way hey, I'm going out there for my brothers, and it's because this game's given me so much. And that tells you we've built this locker room the right way. We've built this locker room.
Stop it! That is not it. When you go out there and win, that shows the culture. It's not handling losses. It's not handling losses. I don't understand it. It's handling tragedies. It's handling the Marshawn Nealons. It's handling the Marcus Parsons being traded. It's handling those things, but it's also got to translate into wins on the field. Because at the end of the day, I'm sorry, we're not paid to, we're as professional football players, you're not paid to handle tragedies. You're not paid to be each other's therapist. You're not even paid to be a brotherhood in the grand scheme of things. Bro, I don't have to like you to want to win with you. I don't necessarily have to like you to want to win with you. We don't have to have the closest relationships. As long as you're not acting a fool, being disruptive, bro, you go out there and do your job. Man, this is crazy. That culture is supposed to be producing winning. It is. Culture can't be the catch-all to be all. That every time you fail, you go back to your culture. I'm going to come right back on you. Why isn't your culture winning? We need to create a winning culture. And that's why I told y'all, I so wished the Philadelphia Eagles would have got beat. Because I would have loved to see how they played against the Chargers after that defeat. I would have loved it. I would have loved to see them go into this game this Thursday with something on the line. I wanted this to come down to the last game because then there are no excuses. You are what you are. Now we're going to come down to the last couple of games. There ain't nothing to play for. Running around here talking about we finna evaluate everybody on 2 games. Man, if you didn't evaluate everybody on that Detroit-Minnesota game, shoot, I don't know what to tell you. Jaden Justin said J.J. McCarthy lighting this defense up was enough for Eberflus to lose his job. I agree. I agree with you. And the guys on defense should be ashamed. I agree with you, Jaden Justin. Playing defense is about playing with pride and discipline. These guys had none. I agree with you. Fired him. Said he used the word culture too loosely all the time. Bro, results are a part of the culture. Cedric Hamilton, what good is the culture if it's not winning? Now somebody says, G, you being too hard. You're being too hard on Brian Schottenheimer. And I understand the comparison is the robber of joy. But Ben Johnson destroys all of our arguments. And I'm not talking about what they're doing defensively. I'm talking about what they're doing offensively. They're destroying every argument. This dude, Ben Johnson, has got a hold on that team. The culture that he is built, it's a culture of winning. And it's saying something when you can take the team that Matt Eberflus had and you can turn that team into one of the top teams in the NFL with very little in the grand scheme of things, player movement and acquisition. The biggest acquisition of this offseason for the Bears was Ben Johnson. He's been the biggest acquisition they had. This dude is coaching like a veteran coach. He's coaching like he understands the moments. He understands the situations. He understands the ability of his players. And he always puts them in positions to succeed, even when they don't execute. I'm telling us again, Schottenheimer is more about the players executing because they are elite players than the fact that he is an elite or great play caller and helping elite and average or good players and putting them in situations to look like there's something better than what they are. Brian doesn't do that. And again, the 1-year thing, he still got wheels on the car for me. But Rumbowski is saying something. And somebody else said something too. I think it was man-made. 2 more games, Brian, you better enjoy it. 2 more games and you better enjoy it. because you will not get that freshman coach thing again. And a lot of people, we probably shouldn't be giving it to him because he's 25 years in the game. You will no longer get first-year coach. Nobody's going to give you second-year coach. Nobody's going to give it to you. It's all on you. Nobody's going to give you, you got a new DC. They're not going to give you that either. None of that.
And we just got to get some things fixed.
Coach, Fred Davis, 105 through the Fan, kind of piggybacking off what Clarence said, talking yesterday to players in the locker room, I'd ask, hey, what happened in these last 6 games?
Shout out OG
Raiders,
Green
Philly,
Machine.
Chiefs, looks like world beaters. Obviously, we know what happened the last 3 games. He said maybe some complacency set in and guys weren't attacking things the same way they had those previous 3 games. Do you believe that, or do you buy that, and how do you fix that?
Well, I think each individual can only answer that question. I never got that sense.
Oh, hold on. Let me show you where he's out of reality. Let's listen to this question again.
Because this game's given me so much, and that tells you we've built this locker room the right way. We've built this locker room to sustain, and we just got to get some things fixed.
Coach, Fred Davis, 105 through the Fan, kind of piggybacking off what Clarence said, talking yesterday to players in the locker room, I'd ask, hey, what happened in these last 6 games? 3 games,
Yep.
Raiders, Philly, Chiefs, looked like world beaters. Obviously, we know what happened the last 3 games. He said maybe some complacency set in and guys weren't attacking things the same way they had those previous 3 games. Do you believe that, or do you buy that, and how do you fix that?
Well, I think each individual can only answer that question. I never got that sense, with the way we practiced. Was there sloppiness at times with things?
So, let me ask you a question. Would you think that Brian Schottenheimer has a better temperature on the players and how they're feeling? Or would you think other players would have a better temperature on how players are feeling? Which one do you think it is? Y'all tell me. Now, Brian is saying, I get what he's saying because he don't want to say that this is true what's being said, but when players are saying this, sometimes players have a better feeling, man. Man, these players are saying the same thing, bro. It's bull. It is bull jive. It's bull jive in the words of Deion Sanders. Bro, you got beat by the Minnesota Vikings. Bro, that's a season killer. That's a morale killer, man. That's a morale killer.
Absolutely. When we won 3 games, I literally said to the players, don't believe the bullshit that's out there about how good we are. The minute you start reading literally my phone blows up. People send me shit all the time about, hey, you're such a great coach. I'm like, yep, not reading that.
I want to know who those people are. I want to know who those people are. Because, that matters too. I want to know who those people are. Who are the people telling him he's a great coach? And I do think he is his culture, communication. But as far as the play calling, situational football, coaching the X's and the O's, man, a lot to be desired so far. 70s Fan Show said good coaches don't have to have elite players to win in this league. You just have to put them in winning positions. 70s Fan Show. If you listen to Emmitt Smith, this is what Emmitt Smith says all the time. Man, KH said he was out of reality when he took this job. I think so too. This is why I said he needs a whole year. I want to see what he does when he comes back. Yeah. Jaden Justin, stop it. This the truth. Mike McCarthy won 7 games without Dak and with Mike Nolan's defense, just saying. Yes, sir. Katharina Kiss, players. Let me tell y'all something. If there are players that are saying that the Cowboys didn't have a certain type of fire, I'm going to have to believe those players. I have to believe them.
And I'm not going to read what they're saying about me now either. So, pretty good logic, right?
Albert, you're right.
No, I didn't.
Can't
say
call
that.
plays or adjust.
I didn't see that. I felt like these guys have practiced well. At the end of the day, we haven't performed well enough, and that's what we're trying to figure out over these next 2 games.
Nick, real quick, do these guys know anything about?
I'm struggling with this comment. What are you talking about? You're trying to figure out over the last 2 games. You've been put in what you call championship moment after championship moment after championship moment, and you failed. No, man, we got to go back to the drawing board. We're gonna try to finish this season on a high note. Guys want to play. We're gonna play our hardest. We're gonna try to finish on a high note, and then when this season is over, we're gonna go back to the drawing board. We're gonna come back harder, bro. You lost to the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Cardinals.
The Schottenheimer polka, and is it something we might break out over the last 2 weeks?
I mean, I know the Schottenheimer polka. These guys don't. Clarence definitely doesn't know it, but it's been a while. It was a song that they wrote about my dad.
KH, boy, you just said a mouthful right here, KH. KH said must be his wife sending those texts, but she doesn't believe it either. Boy, I believe it, man. Boy, man. Shoot. Ice Cold said, boy, if you're trying to figure out things at this point, you're on the Titanic. Bars. Shoot. Come on, man.
And the Chiefs, when they were in the playoff runs in one of the years, I can't remember, but it's kind of catchy. Check it out on probably iTunes, yeah.
Nick.
What facilitated the move from Will to Mike?
Well, it started with when we moved, when Jack got hurt, and then Demo was coming back.
And you guys,
No
I know
excuse.
it's a big deal to play on Christmas. From a sacrificing standpoint, though, you guys already play on Thanksgiving every year. From a family perspective with you and some of the guys that have families at home, how tough is it to play on both holidays?
You make sacrifice for this game. When you love what you do, and which we all do, and I mean, you guys make sacrifices. You guys are jumping on a plane to go up there and cover, or maybe some of you aren't. He's glazing himself. You guys see that? No one else said anything, and this guy totally just glazed himself. I'm just saying, I mean, I wasn't looking for a response. So Todd's going to be there. He's making sacrifices. But again, you know me and my shopping habits. I still don't have anything for my wife for Christmas, or her birthday, quite honestly. So I got a lot to make up for when the season ends. Yeah, it's too expensive.
Babe.
Brian, the McConkey touchdown looked like you guys were in cover 2 there. They motioned across, nobody got a jam on the receivers. Malik kind of jumps the inside. Could you just walk through the coaching points on that play?
Yeah, it was good build by them. When they motion over, it kind of takes the jam off because of the speed that they're developing, so it takes the jam off. And cover 2 obviously has holes in it. They got us on another play down the boundary. And again, Malik had eyes on the inside guy. Really, Trey can kind of keep pedaling. But again, I think he made a really good throw, and he's that type of passer that if you're not in the right.
All right, enough Brian Schottenheimer. We've had too much fun at Brian Schottenheimer's expense. Oh, man. So, BK, I had to look up what you said. You said, when the last time the Cowboys missed the playoffs 2 years in a row? It looks like it says here 2019 and 2020. 2019 and 2020 is the last time the Cowboys missed the playoffs 2 years in a row. Yeah, Albert, you're right. Russell Wilson destroyed us next game. He was benched. Man, and he said you'll be judged by wins and losses, but all of a sudden now he's not saying you're going to be necessarily judged by win and losses, but rather by the last 2 games. No, it's over, bro. You're just going to have to admit you're a bad team at this point. And some of this is coming from coaching. And this is why I said Matt Eberflus is a bad coach, but I also say some of this coaching stuff falls on Brian Schottenheimer too. Derek said when Dallas lost to Arizona, should have been arrested. Boy, you ain't lying, boy. It should be a felony to lose to Arizona, man. It should be a felony to lose to Arizona, man. It's funny how people were saying they were tired of those 12-win seasons with Mike McCarthy. Now we got 2 7-win, and we ain't even got a 7-win season. Last year we were 7-10. This year we only got 6 wins. We're still fighting to get the 6th win. I mean, we don't even know. Steve Campanelli said the culture in Dallas is wait for it. 53 brands. Yeah. Can't argue with there. Shoot, Freddie Morales, let me tell you something. I'm one of them. I ain't afraid to admit I was wrong. Freddie said, come on, bro. Even in here, there were people talking about, oh, we going to the playoffs. Yeah, me too. After Cowboys beat KC and Philly. And you know, there were people in here saying these people might deny it. Well, I tell you, I ain't gonna deny it. I ain't gonna deny it, Freddie. Shoot. I'm not gonna deny it. But again, Freddie, let me balance this out and push back on you. But do you remember what I told you, Freddie? Players need motivation. What was the motivation on the Cowboys' 3-game win streak? It went against everything Brian Schottenheimer had did the whole season. Every game was, it's just another championship opportunity. But what did he do? What did he do when it came to the Marshawn Kneeling passing? Oh, we're going to dedicate these games to Marshawn Kneeling. Well, those were the best 3 games the Cowboys played the entire season. Anybody find that to be strange? Because I don't. Those are the 3 games they looked the best. Those are the 3 games where Matt Eberflus coached his best games. Those were the best 3 games we saw from the Cowboys. After that, they went back to being the Cowboys. They went back to being what they've been. So it is what it is. All right, let's do a couple of player interviews before we get out of here. Let's do a couple of player interviews. I want to hear what, and the player who I want to hear from in particular is Jadeveon Clowney. Yeah, Katharina, I brought this up. The motivation was kneeling. It's the only time during the whole season they look different. It's the only time. I mean, it's the most consistent we saw them the entire season. We saw where they overcame even when they fell behind 21-0. We saw them overcome. I mean, we just saw them doing so many things during that period. Once they got that 10-day break, shoot, man, they came back against Detroit, got mollywopped. Okay, I had already had the Detroit game circled on the schedule, so I wasn't tripping on the Detroit game. But the game that was a letdown for me, that Minnesota game, there is no excuse. There is no excuse for that Minnesota game. Shameful, that Minnesota game. All right, let me see here.
It was a blessing.
Player interviews. Let me see. There's obviously a conversation. Okay, okay, let's go ahead and play this all the way through. It's only 10 minutes. Yeah, let me read a couple comments, then we're going to listen to the player interviews here. Blue Star, my man, he said, you were right, G. After they beat the Chiefs on Thanksgiving, they were just feeling themselves and let all that momentum go away to other teams that would have kept the foot on the gas. Yeah. It was like the Marshawn Kneeling thing after they did 3 games of it. It's like you didn't even hear it no more. I haven't heard the Marshawn Kneeling thing since the Kansas City Chiefs game. I don't think I heard it again. 72 Chevelle said, I never included playoffs this year. I was agreeing with all you, not really speaking my truth. I'm a 58-year-old fan, will speak my truth now. Please do. 72. But I'm going to tell you why this is so disappointing. This is disappointing because you know they actually could have. I mean, they just got out-coached, man, defensively mostly and offensively too. Just got out-coached. Straight up. Straight up out-coached, man. Shoot, Katharina said exactly, G, 100%. Ice Cold said, man, yeah, man, they playing for them paychecks, man. These are professionals, man. Yeah, hey, I agree. We should have won both games. And at the very least, man, we should at least beat Minnesota and Arizona. Man, there are just key games that we lost that these games wouldn't have been so crucial. Steve Campanella said the reason why we can't get the right culture is because of what Clowney said. These players are spoiled. Did he not say it when he first came in? Yeah. The coaches are spoiled. The best of everything, and what are the usual attitudes of spoiled people? Right on the head. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Yeah, let me tell you this. I bet you the next time we go 12-5, I bet none of us will be complaining. BK Cowboy fan, being optimistic is one thing. Playing complimentary football is another. Yes, sir. 681 tells us all we need to know. Start looking at free agency, draft, bowl games. The players have got to go out there. And I'm going to tell you why, if anything, this team is going to do better next year. Because Jerry's going to get them players. Jerry's going to get them players. But Jerry's gonna have to realize, man, even with the greatest players, Quentin Williams showed me some. Shoot, even Quentin Williams ain't coach proof. Man, this interview with Trayvon Diggs got me laughing over here. Let's roll over. Let's go over here. This dude, Trayvon Diggs, look at what he got on. I see you, Diggs. I see you, Diggs. Look at what Diggs is rolling with. Look at Diggs.
It felt amazing. Super excited, super happy to go out there and get to compete with my brothers.
What was different?
Diggs is out there trying to put some tape. It's the only thing that makes sense. Man, Diggs is out there putting tape on film. That's all he's doing. So other teams can see him and say, hey, I think he still got some. I see what Diggs doing.
For you, after being away this long, and you also come into this game with your DC up in the booth, what were some little nuances that stood out to you?
I guess readjusting, like back to the game, speed adjusting, back to, just playing and just being out there, adjusting to the calls and just adjusting, basically.
What was the biggest challenge that Eberflus and Shoddy presented to you this week ahead of this game?
Competing, doing everything right, competing, tackling, everything.
What were you proud of after this game?
One, I'm healthy, proud of I'm healthy.
Katharina, I didn't want to say it. Katharina, I didn't want to say it, so I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you said it. I was going to say it, but I didn't want to say it. Katharina said Diggs out here wearing the carpet. Boy, this dude Diggs. Hey, at the end of the day, hey, they let him on the field. I ain't mad at him. Diggs, go out there, put your best foot forward. There will be life after the Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys literally right now have 3 players that I know of. There may be more. The Dallas Cowboys got 3 players out there that I know of that are in playoff contention that used to be on this team. DeMarcus Lawrence might see a Super Boy, let me tell you something. Boy, y'all remember what DeMarcus Lawrence said to Michael Parsons? Boy, will it not be crazy if DeMarcus Lawrence gets a Super Bowl or goes to the Super Bowl with the Seattle Seahawks? Wow. Wow. We got Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis is on his way to the playoffs. Nashawn Wright is on his way to the playoffs. So Diggs out there, man. Diggs is out there trying to put some on tape because I think he knows there's life after the Cowboys. He needs to get ready. A lot of people are predicting he's going to be with Green Bay. JS2, you're right. You get what you pay
Proud
for.
I played all the plays. Proud I went out there, competed, gave it everything. And I'm glad I was just out there with the guys.
There was so much speculation about what happened.
Uh-huh.
Can you just tell people what it was?
It was a TV mount pole.
And it was one of those larger poles from the ceiling, right?
Yeah, I was trying to be a handyman, which I shouldn't have been, but...
Do you wish that you just gotten that out there sooner?
I mean, yeah, but it wasn't that serious to me, so I didn't feel like it was,
Now, I'm going to be honest with y'all. As somebody who does this type of stuff, I used to work with a company that sold home theater stuff and, knowing how to do installations. Man, I'm struggling that a person with money, because typically people with money, and I'm not talking about Trayvon Diggs money. I'm talking people with $150,000 to $200,000 a year salaries. You don't see them trying to hang up TVs. I hang TVs because I know how to do it. But I don't do it for anybody else. And I advise people when they start talking to me about TVs and I tell him in the moment, no, get it done professionally. I'm having a hard time buying this story about the television pole falling on the head, but if it is, it is. It is what it is. But I just find this crazy that you got the money that Trayvon Diggs has, and you're trying to hang up a TV yourself. You just don't see many people do stuff like that when they got his type of money. It don't sound right to me.
But it started getting serious from the internet, some speculation.
Mm-hmm.
What about the difference of neighborhoods in the booth today? What did you players notice from not having that on the sidelines, do you think? How was that different?
How was it different? I don't know. I mean, it's my first week back, so like you probably have to ask the other guys because I haven't really been out there on the sideline, getting the coaching adjustments and stuff. But I don't know.
What about facing Justin Herbert today? What makes him tough to stop?
He's amazing. Like his balls, his accuracy, his escapability, his ability to throw on the runs, just everything. He got it all. And he's a very, very good quarterback. Possibly. Yeah, possibly.
How would that make you feel?
If this is my last game with the Cowboys, it's tough.
Do you want to be here?
Yeah, of course.
This question always makes me laugh. So we really think Trayvon Diggs is going to say he don't want to be here? Man, this has to be one of the craziest questions that somebody ever asked a player. Hey, you still want to be here? What player would ruin his own career so that when he goes in for interviews with other teams, they go, why did you say you didn't want to play for the Cowboys? Stop it. Stop it.
What happened with the Ladd McConkey touchdown?
The cover two?
Yeah.
Cover two.
Okay, just
cover two. Cover two.
Just nobody did.
Cover two. Cover two. Cover two. Cover two.
What's the one thing that you're having a hard time with as it relates to cover two? Because I know that you and I talked about that was the one thing that prevented you from playing last week.
Mm-hmm. It's just a coverage. It's a lot of room, I guess. Hole shots, flats, a lot of things to cover. That's just what comes with that coverage. It's ways to beat it, it's ways to get past it. So, yeah.
Is there ways that you can adjust, and if that's going to be the scheme,
possibly
you can make that work?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, see my daughter. See my daughter.
And I know it's skipping ahead a couple of games, but what will the conversations be like with you, Shotty, Jerry, once the season's over?
No. After the season, I guess we'll figure it out.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm just telling you right now. Diggs can tell us anything he wants to. But I think the best thing that could happen for Trayvon Diggs is he doesn't be with the Cowboys anymore. I think it's better for both parties. I think it's better for both parties. There has been so much bad blood and back and forth between these two the whole season. Why even risk continuing to have this type of drama on the team? Man, sometimes you just got to say, bro, it's time to move on. And I do believe Diggs knows he's not going to be here. The Cowboys are not paying Diggs. They're not paying Diggs what that contract is. They're not even going to negotiate that contract. I mean, who in their right mind right now would even pay Diggs $5 million a season? Who in their right mind would do that? In order for me to pay Diggs big money, Diggs would first have to come back and show me he could play a whole season. Now, we know the Cowboys, they always quick to pay injured players, but no, they shouldn't do, and I don't think they'll do this. I don't think there's no team that's going to pay Trayvon Diggs big money when the Cowboys release him post June 1st. I just don't think there'll be any teams that'll do it. I'm very interested to see, though. A lot of people are betting on him going to the Green Bay Packers as a favor for Micah Parsons, and that actually wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me if Michael went to the ownership and said, hey, could y'all bring on Diggs? Maybe he'd work better in that system. They got pass rushers, even without Micah Parsons. They got pass rushers that pressure the quarterback. They get quarterbacks on the run. That kind of plays to Trayvon Diggs' strengths. Underthrown balls, balls off target, balls that are thrown short. Man, that may play into Diggs' favor. But the Cowboys don't need to deal another year with, can't play zone and all these things. Just, man, let Diggs go. And I think they're going to let Diggs go. I don't think it's a matter of they're not going to let him go. They're going to let Diggs go. And I think it's going to be better for Diggs. Diggs is going to realize there's life after the Cowboys, man. And matter of fact, when I was mentioning the players earlier, I mean, even Michael Parsons looks like he was probably going to the playoffs with the Green Bay Packers. They had better players around him, so it was advantageous for him. So, man, it's life after Cowboys, Diggs. And I know you have to say the things that you have to say because you don't want to be saying crazy stuff about the Cowboys. I get it. I totally get it. But in the grand scheme of things, man, it's the best thing for you, bro. Move on.
Early in the season, ended with 2 straight losses here. Just how disappointing is it to not play the best game out there?
Yeah, it's disappointing. Anytime you lose as a competitor, it's going to be disappointing. So we got to be better on all levels, and just be better at the end of the day.
How do you guys do that? Do you think there's 2 more games left? Like, what is it that you think you guys can get back to next season specifically?
I mean, we got to just lean on our work and keep coming in with the right mindset. And I mean, try to play our best ball these last couple games. But I mean, yeah, guys, we got to just figure something out, man. We got to figure something out.
I feel sorry for these guys when they ask them these questions because they really can't say the stuff they want to say. I mean, he probably just wants to say coaching. I mean, bottom line, what has to get better? Coaching and players. Man, one thing Cam Newton taught me. Cam Newton says, he's like, don't think players are dumb. Man, players know what's going on out there. Players know when they don't have good enough players. They know when the coaching ain't good enough. They know when things aren't good enough. They have to really give these politically correct answers. But, man, these dudes know. Man, come on. Coaching and execution. What do you want the dude to say?
And start playing ball,
A lot was made of the decision to have an first ball top coach's box. Do you guys as a defense notice any tangible difference there 1 week to the next? Do you feel different?
So in case you can't hear the question, now they're asking Kenny Clark the same question. They're asking, and the media, let me tell you something. The media is diabolical. The media is always trying to play players against each other. So they've already asked Trayvon Diggs that he noticed a difference of Matt Eberflus being in the booth and Matt Eberflus being on the sideline. So now they're asking Kenny Clark the same thing.
To not have him down on the sideline with y'all?
No.
You talk about the injuries that happened during the...
See, I like Kenny Clark's answer. Kenny Clark answered just yes or no. It's just no. Didn't notice the difference.
Whatever, you might know somebody's not going to play, but it was happening a lot out there during the game. It was just as y'all had to make.
Yeah, I saw Ben Johnson rip his shirt off in flex. BK Cowboy fan.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of guys went down, and a lot of guys stepped up and came in and played. It's just the name of the game. It's going to happen.
Now you ready for a short week? Game on Thursday night.
Yeah, it's a big one, man. It's a Christmas, primetime game and a division game, and we got to be ready.
Man, I'm the same way, Oz Cole. I be thinking the same thing.
Yeah, it's disappointing. Like I said, I'm a competitor, and I want to win. I don't really got time to waste. I definitely want to. I want to win. Just want to win at the end of the day, and so definitely we got to get something figured out, man, and get all this stuff corrected.
Do you see elements? Do you see foundation that you guys can build on for next year?
Yeah, I think we got a lot of the right guys. And we got to lean on those guys. Lean on those guys, and yeah, I mean next. I'm not gonna talk about off season and all that kind of stuff. We still got games to play, but we gotta figure some stuff out for sure.
What about Justin Herbert? What makes it tough to get to him? You guys seem to kind of struggle to get some pressure on him today, and they've allowed a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great quarterback. He did a great job at just, filling out the rush lanes and, escaping the pocket. He's elusive, and then when he did get out, he was an explosive runner.
The Cowboys' biggest issue with the Chargers, and the reason why they were not able to do what the Philadelphia Eagles did, is that the Philadelphia Eagles were actually able to get some stops on the Chargers. The problem with the Cowboys is we just were not able to get stops. You can't win not getting stops. I mean, you have to get some stops. We couldn't do it. And that's the difference in the ballgame. Eagles aren't better than us offensively. They're not better than us offensively. But let me tell you something. The Eagles did something against the Commanders, and I'm not sure if I saw it against the Chargers. But the Eagles did something against the Commanders that I thought was amazing. The Commanders were really coming hard at Jalen Hurts, that run game. I mean, they were giving them fits. That OC went to a 5 wide receiver set, and he ate them boys' lunch. So, simple question for me. Shotty has Lamb, Pickens, Turpin, Flanoy, Mingo, any combination on any given Sunday. Excuse me. And when you see a team like Minnesota running cover 0, you can't take a couple of chances and say, we got y'all number. We're going 5 wideouts. This entire drive, we're going 5 wideouts. Somebody is going to be open every single time. Line up in shotgun, go 5 wideouts. Why not? Why not?
So as a defensive line, we didn't do a good enough job at consistently, whether it was getting hits, getting them down, sacks, or pressuring them. We didn't do a good enough job today.
Yeah. Obviously, you guys played so well at home at the beginning of the season. To end it with 2 home losses, just how disappointing is it?
I mean, I think it's extremely disappointing when you lose anywhere. I think winning is always, the first and foremost thing that's important to us. But I think it's just about taking advantage of our opportunities. Even today, I felt like we started off hot and then we just stalled out and weren't able to get our momentum back. But I think it's been the same story this year. You get into these situations where it's 4th and 1 and you need a yard to keep the drive going. Those are big plays. I feel like those are championship plays that really are going to continue to define us. So it's just about dominating those situations and putting ourselves in the best position to succeed because, I mean, you can watch the tape every week. We can compete with anybody. It's just that situational football we got to get better at.
How do you change that? How do you get in your play?
It's attention to detail. I mean, it's late in the season. I mean, everybody knows we're eliminated, but we can still build. You can still build on things for next season. You can still build on things as a player. Ultimately, every day we get to come in and do this. We're sharpening our craft and we're getting better.
Can you tell me about the different injuries y'all had to fight through and the fact that you had to change positions in the game?
I mean, yeah, we got guys up and down. Obviously, love you too, bro. Obviously, TG's dealing with his ankle thing. Nate Thomas kind of had an arm thing. So earlier this week that I was kind of asked to, move to a different position and things of that nature. But, I mean, the standard remains the standard for us. I mean, regardless of if you're going right or you're going left or you're going to guard, tackle, the standard's going to be the same for me. And I'm going to hold myself to a high standard no matter what. Huh? I mean, it felt good, bro. I mean, if you remember back in 2022, I was holding down the ship the whole year. And so, I think the biggest thing for me was just getting out there and just, being on my fundamentals and my technique and things of that nature. And then ultimately, I think, it's just about being the best at both for me, just being the best player I can be.
How do y'all prepare for the short week? Y'all done it before, but this week is special, Christmas off.
I mean, I think it starts today. I mean, even though, we didn't win today, we still got to attack the process. I still got to get my body recovered. I have to do all the things that, make me great ultimately, because ultimately, my process doesn't change for the circumstances. I'm going to continue to be a winner and I'm going to continue to do things to win.
Thanks, Steve. Was this one time only because of injury, or do you think that they're evaluating that for long term? Would you be open to?
I mean, I honestly have no idea. For this week, it was due to some injuries, some guys going through some stuff. Ultimately, I'm gonna do what's best for the team. Also, I'm a smart player. I understand, who I am, where I am, and ultimately what I'm getting paid to do. And so, I'm gonna be smart. We'll have those conversations. We have those conversations.
What kind of pride do you take in the fact that Jerry?
See, this is one of the reasons why I say that these guys coming out playing isn't as much a test of the culture as it is a guy like Ty Smith, culture or not, this dude is going to come out and play. You don't turn off playing. I mean, the great ones just can't turn that off. the great players don't turn that off, man. They're going to come out and play. But if you're telling people that you're motivating them by saying everybody's being evaluated, it's a pure joke. It's a pure joke. 70s fan said, I would have put 8 men on the line and sent Lamb and Pickens on go routes. That should have beat cover 0. That's a good idea, too. We panicked.
There's Larry Allen, somebody that could do that, play guard and tackle, and really just all on the fly.
I mean, I take extreme pride in it. And I think, it's not something easy to do, to switch from position to position, especially, not having those reps all year. But it's something I'm able to do. And it's something that, I think I take a lot of pride in. Obviously, just being on the keys and it's all fundamentals at the end of the day for me. I mean, as long as my fundamentals are good, as long as the basis of my technique is good, I can put myself in the best position to win, whether it be a guard or tackle.
See, Ty Smith is one of those Freddie Morales type players. See, he don't need a lot of motivation. But some of these other players, I think they do, especially when you're talking about some of the younger players. They need it. Ice Cold said, still as he used forfeit. All right, let's listen to this last one on Jadeveon Clowney. This is the one I wanted to hear right here.
Yeah, keep playing. Don't
Always. I tell them, don't ever go out there and put bad stuff on tape. And when you represent more than just the front of the jersey, you represent everything on the back, the name. That's all your legacy is everything for me. I know it's the money and all, but to me, it's my legacy. It's way more important than the money. So I'm always go out there and put my best foot forward and give you everything I got. Now, y'all have a good one.
Second half, you made some plays anyway.
Just upset. I ain't got behind. Let the good offense get ahead. You just got to play better. Like I said, can't start slow. We've been starting slow a lot this season. We got to start faster and finish games. Just try to get the dubs, get the lead and stay ahead.
I don't know if these kinds of things make any difference to y'all as players, but I was wondering if Matty Eberflus going upstairs to the coaches.
Oh, yeah, I heard that. And I didn't notice anything different besides his energy on the sideline. He have a lot of energy on the sideline. But like I told him, I support whatever he decided to do. If he feel like it's going to make him comfortable going up there calling plays, he can do that.
Whoa! I'm glad I heard this. I said this last week. I don't really know how he is on the sideline. I've seen him be energetic sometimes. But Clowney says, what was different? The energy on the sideline. He said he missed the energy on the sideline of Eberflus. So, okay. I see it. It just makes me wonder, again, they said they wanted him to be able to see more upstairs. But again, even though he did some things different and all of those different things, it really didn't change a lot. Because at the end of the day, no matter what adjustments you make, you still got the same players. Still got the same players. And Brian, you heard him mention it earlier. We'll see what Matt Eberflus says on Thursday. It'll have to be tomorrow. But we're not going to be able to get to Jerry Jones. We'll get to him tomorrow when we do our next show tomorrow. I'm going to let you hear Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones says the players too.
Got to be pros and to go out there and execute everything he's calling and make plays. I mean, we got a lot of playmakers, but we got to go out there and make them. So that's all.
Y'all hear what Clowney's saying? Clowney ain't blaming Eberflus. At least it don't sound like it to me. Clowney don't sound like he blaming Eberflus. Clowney is saying players got to go out there and execute the plays.
On us. That ain't all on him. We got to execute his calls.
Wow.
And make plays. It don't matter what you call. You don't got guys that make the plays. It ain't on him,
Boom! Is this not what I was saying in the beginning? Jadeveon Clowney. Jadeveon Clowney is saying the quiet part out loud that people don't want to talk about. Everybody wants the low-hanging fruit. Matt Eberflus is bad. I'm not changing my mind on Matt Eberflus. But what I am telling you is that Matt Eberflus did call a good game in this last game. And the grand scheme of things, this dude don't have the players. And Clowney is saying, it's not all on Eberflus. He's saying players aren't executing. Wow.
So we just got to do our job and execute and make plays, make tackle. All right, y'all have a good one.
Is what it is. Clowney just said it. I told y'all, man, I've been saying this. The thing that I was conflicted with, even when I was saying this earlier about Eberflus, I'm really conflicted because I felt like I was arguing against myself. Because on the other hand, I'm saying that Eberflus isn't good enough, but then I'm also saying the players aren't good enough. It's like you're arguing against yourself when you talk about the Cowboys defense. But I think two things can be true. Matt Eberflus is stubborn and is not a good defense coordinator. And we don't have the players either. Even if we had a good DC, how much better would he be? How much better would we be with a good DC? Because I don't think we'd be even good with a good DC. I don't. I'm going to tell you something about Jadeveon Clowney. Jadeveon Clowney has earned the right to teams to come looking for him next year. Jadeveon, man, he played well. I mean, Clowney played well, man. He did. Jadeveon Clowney has played well this season. Man, you think about this. Man, just imagine if Jadeveon Clowney was paired on a team like Green Bay. If he was on a team like the Seattle Seahawks with everything they have. Man, Jadeveon Clowney still got some gas in the tank. I hope the Cowboys bring Clowney back. But I got a feeling that Clowney may be offered a little bit more money next year. Yeah. Hey, Roberta, you saw it. He just said. Players got to tackle. Ice Cold. Stop it, Ice Cold. Ice Cold said he thought all right. Come on, Ice Cold, man. He did. Come on, Ice Cold. He did better than all right. Katharina, well, you gonna know what kind of Christmas I'm having because I'm gonna be online on Christmas. At least that's what I played. Was Cowboys play Christmas Day, don't they? Yeah, I plan on being online Christmas. I plan on being online, so you definitely gonna know how I did. All right. Man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me today, man. I will be back tomorrow for Christmas Eve. I'm probably gonna be earlier. Got something to do Christmas Eve, but still gotta be with my Cowboys family. So y'all will see me earlier tomorrow. We'll be talking about the keys to the game. We'll be talking about the storylines. We're going to talk about the Jerry Jones interview. So, hey, it's going to be full Cowboys tomorrow. Full Cowboys talk tomorrow. Also, full Cowboys talk on Christmas. The show don't stop. Cowboy fans don't sleep. We got to keep on going. I'm still looking forward to next season with this team. I'm not giving up on this team. I'm going to give Brian Schottenheimer a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. It's his first year as a head coach of the Cowboys. But I do want him to stop having all the right answers and sometimes start, and let's just get this execution on the field. Because right now, the execution has not been there. Bottom line. So, again, appreciate y'all rocking with me until the next time. DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys and we talk facts. Peace. Bless him, bless him, bless him.